signed in yet, and he's supposed to chair the first meeting, and I'm the vice chair of that one, so I will get started. And if Rick joins us, we can have him take over shortly after we're started. Hopefully he signs in. So Planning and Development Committee, I will call that meeting to order. And looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Mover, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. That gives us the first item is the draft Okanagan Valley zoning bylaws. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll introduce this. We've been working on a consolidated Okanagan zoning bylaw for a number of years now, and we've been bringing this in a piecemeal fashion. And the board has been adopting policy changes that we want to now consolidate and bring the whole bylaw forward. So as it turns out, we have a policy regarding policies, and one of the requirements of that policy is that before we bring something substantive to the board, we provide an update on all of the current issues. So with that in mind, we'll turn this over to Mr. Garish, and he'll take you through the more pertinent parts of what we've been working on and what we intend to then bring forward in the near future for this consolidated bylaw.
Okay, thank you, CAO. Is Mr. Garish on there? Go ahead, please, if you are.
Sure, thank you. Just get my screen share going here. Okay.
It's up.
Are we good?
We are.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so further to the CAO's comments, the presentation today is in response to an existing board policy that asks for a summary of significant policy changes when a new zoning OCP bylaw is being adopted. So I've got a few slides that I'll go through, and I'll apologize up front. Some of them are a little text heavy. It was hard to find photos to go with some of these zoning regs, but I can walk the board through what's going on. So just some context for the project itself. As the board may be aware, we do have the 6 zoning bylaws in the Okanagan electoral areas. Generally, those bylaws date to 1998, or between 1998 and 2006. They were all repealed and reenacted in 2008, largely unchanged. And since that time, they've been subject to dozens and dozens and dozens of amendments. The example I have here is Area D has seen 50+ amendments to zoning bylaws. So they are getting a little dated. This project has been on the business plan for a number of years now. We have done it almost entirely internally with existing staff resources. I think the real push to get this going started in 2016, and we completed the last major component of it last December, which was the final phase of the residential zone review. We see a number of benefits to the project, really improved ease of use by the public and staff, also reducing inefficiencies, duplication, and overlap that currently exists by trying to maintain 6 different bylaws for the electoral areas, and also improved coherence. And by that, I mean, it's an opportunity to just review the bylaws. And when they've been subjected to so many different amendments, it's inevitable that inconsistencies and potential conflicts are going to arise within the bylaws. So this presents us an opportunity to try to smooth all those out and make sure that all the parts of the bylaw speak to each other and work together, etc. So again, we do have this existing land use bylaw transition policy. There's 2 parts to it. I will say right now that in relation to active subdivision applications, the current or the proposed draft zoning bylaw doesn't have any implications, primarily because most of the changes that were done with the previous components to the update, i.e. the ag zone review, the small holding zone review, the residential zone review, those would have been the points at which changes to the zones would have impacted existing subdivision applications. And then the other part, of course, is the quote unquote significant policy changes within the bylaw. Now, I just want to speak to that a little bit too, and I've already kind of touched on this, but For the most part, I would argue a lot of the significant policy changes have already happened in the lead up to this point, primarily with either the zone updates that we've done, and I've listed them here, and I won't spend too much time on them. I believe the board's familiar with most of them. And then also the various updates to the regulations within the bylaws. So regulation updates could be anything from the cannabis production facilities that we discussed, accessory dwelling reviews, home industries, home occupations, policies around DREO, modular mobile homes, etc. So again, these were all done between 2016 and 2021. But I will move in now to some of the changes within the draft bylaw that I think are worth the board's attention, or at least bringing forward for consideration. So the first one is occupancy of a second dwelling during construction. This is in response to board direction, and it's not in a typo there. It's actually a 2012 P&D committee resolution that directed staff to bring forward, when we had a draft zoning bylaw prepared, updated provisions for this occupancy of a second dwelling during construction. So these are situations where your zoning might only allow you to have one house, and you want to live in that house while you're building a new one. And in order to get through zone check, we need some kind of provision within the bylaw to allow for that building permit to proceed for the new house, which would essentially create two on the parcel. So what we're asking for in those situations is a decommissioning plan, so we understand from the property owner how it is proposed to get rid of the house that's being replaced. And we're also proposing a security deposit of $25,000. That $25,000 figure ties back to the recent discussion we had with the board on landscaping bonds, and the position that we put forward that anything less than $25,000 is generally considered, to be the cost of doing business these days. So that's the discussion and inform the dollar value here. Recreational vehicles. So we had that discussion with the board back in September, and the board provided some direction, which we've built into the bylaw. So I want to flag what that is here. And that's essentially what we're proposing is that in the resource area, agriculture, so that would be AG1, AG2, AG3, the large holdings and the small holding zones, that the property owner be continued to be allowed to have one RV brought to the property by a guest or a visitor. The 90 days, that was a direction from the board. As you recall, staff had proposed reducing that to 30 days, but the board requested it stay at 90, so it's still at 90 days. In a calendar year that guest or visitor be allowed to stay on the property. And we're proposing that the dates of that stay be between May 1st and September 30th, and that's to address the concerns that the open-ended year-round allowance is potentially being used for RVs to be occupied as basically a dwelling unit. So this, it's not, there's no silver bullet here, but that we feel that this might help a little bit with enforcement on some of those situations where people are living in RVs. Swimming pools and setbacks comes up on occasion in relation to zone checks. The zoning bylaw considers swimming pools to be a structure, so therefore they are required to meet the setbacks that we have for structures, but generally those setbacks have been drafted in relation to structures above ground, houses, garages, workshops, etc. And of course, for the most part, swimming pools do tend to be in ground, at least the ones we see for building permits. And so to clarify how the setbacks relate to those pools, because of course the visual impact is a little bit less than your standard structure, we're just saying that, not in a front parcel line setback, and that they've got slightly different side setback requirements than a typical structure. Floodplain management regulations, we've identified a conflict as we were bringing all the 6 bylaws together. We have 3 bylaws that have floodplain regulations that appear to relate only to dwelling units. We have different 3 bylaws that have the same regulations but specify those are for farm dwelling units. We're not quite sure what the difference is between the two. We've referred to other local government bylaws. We referred to the provincial floodplain area land use guidelines to seek some direction on this. And the provincial guidelines actually reference farm dwelling units, and going back historically prior to, I think, 2002, all the electoral area bylaws, they reference farm dwelling units. So I think it was a drafting error in area A, C, and E, and so we're proposing to clarify that. As I said, we don't quite know what a farm dwelling unit is, so what we're saying instead is that it would be applied to farm dwelling units in the agricultural land reserve. And the provincial guidelines make reference to an 8-hectare minimum parcel size requirement, so we're proposing that be included as well. Another floodplain issue that we became aware of There's a current exemption that gives a 25% increase for floor area, but it's tied to a reference that says for dwellings existing at the date of adoption of this bylaw. We traced that back in time, and the reference to this bylaw is actually to Amendment Bylaw number 652, which was adopted in 1982. At some point, that reference was dropped in the zoning bylaws, and we don't think the intent of the board was to continually grant 25% floor area exemptions in perpetuity every time a new bylaw was adopted. And we also do have concerns about that kind of an exemption for dwellings in a hazard land area such as a floodplain. So we're proposing that that exemption be removed from the zoning bylaws, or zoning bylaw, sorry. Another one, Area C. So a number of years ago, Area C introduced different regulations for parcel coverage that are different from the other electoral areas. We can accommodate that through a single zoning bylaw, but it is a little bit more restrictive in C, and just based on previous board decisions in relation to DVPs for parcel coverage, and also some of the land commission referrals that we've been seeing for farm labor housing and whatnot, we felt it might be more appropriate to bring C back into line with the other electoral areas, because it is a bit more generous than what they have now and might avoid some of these situations where property owners are bumping up against the different standards in C. So I've got listed here what C would be moving towards. Maximum density in the OK Falls town site. So again, based on some recent board decisions, the current density allowance is 100 units per hectare. The board previously approved 2 rezonings that exceeded that. One was 112 units, and I believe that was for the seniors housing development adjacent to the highway. And then we also had the other one that converted some commercial space to residential, and that resulted in a maximum density of 159 units. And just with development activity in the town center as well, we've been seeing a lot of applicants who've also had challenges, not challenges, but the proposals they put forward have also been exceeding the 100 square meters. I think we have a current proposal that was, if not exceeding it at the beginning, they might have reduced it, but still it's something that we think requires attention. So we're proposing to go to 150 in the town center. And now I'm just going to switch gears here a bit, and there is an accompanying official community plan amendment bylaw with the zoning bylaw, and I just want to touch on what's going on with this one. So part of the text amendments proposed for the electoral area OCPs, really minor stuff. It's primarily in relation to references to specific electoral area zoning bylaws that are proposed to be repealed. So we want to remove those references and just replace them with more generic statements about zoning bylaws. And then also when we were doing some of the line work for the OCP maps, there were some issues that we noticed, and as well as, you know, with the zoning bylaw map, there were some issues as well that had spillover effects onto the OCP. So I've got some slides here. I'll just try to run through quickly. So what we're looking at here is south end of the valley, Soyuz Lake, Area A. And as you can see, we've got the Okanagan River Channel running down towards the lake, and it's zoned Parks and Recreation, which is the standard zoning we apply to it. And then to the east and west of it, we have conservation area lands, either held by conservation organizations or Crown land. And as you can see, we've got the remnant oxbows here as conservation area. So as we worked our way up from Area A to Area C, we noticed that we didn't have consistent, or hadn't applied a consistent approach to the zoning of the oxbows as we moved into Area C. And so what we're asking the board to consider here is a change to the OCP and the zoning bylaw to allow for these oxbows, which are primarily, actually I think they're almost exclusively all Crown land, to be switched from agriculture zoning and OCP designation to the conservation area zone. So this slide here shows Park Rail Creek. I believe at the moment it's all AG1, so we're asking the board to consider changing that to conservation area. And this is an example of just a specific property. So with the changes to the zoning bylaw, this is the Gleaners operation in Area C. And it used to be a former packing house facility that had an industrial zoning on it. Well, with the changes to the ag zone, there's no need now for these types of packing facilities to have industrial zonings. The property is still in the ALR. The Land Commission has advised us previously on a number of different occasions that situations like this where we have a commercial, residential, or industrial zoning on ALR land, they don't recognize it. So we feel in this instance it might be more appropriate to put it back to agriculture. It's not going to, this change in zoning is not going to affect the Gleaners operation. There is a site-specific regulation there which we're proposing to carry forward. So I think hopefully there's no issues on their part. Just in winding down now, next steps, we have done agency referrals for the zoning bylaw. I believe as the area directors are aware, you should have received an invitation for our public information meeting on March 1st, which will be electronic. We've notified this through Voyant, the biweekly ads that we've put in the newspapers, our RDOS webpage and social media, etc. And we're asking the public to provide us feedback. And anything received by March 4th, we're proposing to include in the board agenda when the zoning bylaw comes forward for first reading, tentatively set for March 17th, but that's of course to be determined. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions or try to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you, Chris. That was a good presentation. I do see Director Knodel is with us now. Do you want to take over chairing on this, Director Knodel? I had just got us started.
Certainly, thank you. We had a little trouble signing on there. I do have a question for Chris on the oxbows being taken into conservation area. How does that affect the mosquito control program? Right now, we have a lot of areas that, because they are in conservation, we can't treat, and our bill there is getting pretty high. Thank you.
I mean, off the top of my head, I'd have to say there's probably no implication. To the extent that the zoning would play a factor. I'm just trying to think of scenarios where zoning would actually be a consideration for mosquito control. I mean, really, it's the underlying land ownership I would think would be the main consideration. And in this situation, it's all Crown land. And if the Crown has given consent for us to apply mosquito control measures on that land, I don't think the zoning change would affect that.
Fair enough. Are there any other questions from the panel?
We've got Director Obrick in the boardroom.
Go ahead, please, Director Obrick.
Thank you to the chair, and through the chair, I would like to thank Mr. Garish for some excellent good work. Much appreciated. I have comment and I have question. Comment on the oxbows. I think that's real important work. I wanted to give a quick advice to staff and to board members. You may recall January 2021, there was a South Okanagan Conservation Fund grant of $30,000 further to the Basalt Lake issues. And I've heard from the community group that's doing that work. The oxbows are part of that. What I expect will be some recommendations coming back. They've been working closely with Okanagan Nation Alliance and others, possibly even international prospects here as it relates to the salmon fishery. But one of the recommendations I'm thinking we're going to be seeing in the future on that is some restoration of oxbows in that area on those Crown lands. It's going to be expensive. I'm hearing $10 million. And I think what that means is it has to do with mitigation and remediation and solutions to some real serious problems. So that oxbow issue is a big one, especially for us in Area D and probably Area C and probably Oliver and South. My question relates to the town center, OK Falls, change in density to 150 units. I saw on the PowerPoint, there were two matters that came before this board since that bylaw came into assent in roughly February of 2019. And at that time, I had some concerns about density at 100. And I spoke to staff and they said, don't worry, amendments are easy. And I get that, but we had two projects come forth since then, and both of them have needed amendments because the 100 was not satisfactory. Now, if my understanding is correct, of the two amendments, one was 2 commercial units on the main floor of a building where the library is located. And those 2 units were changed to 5 residential, which is a big lift in our community for residential housing, 5 more units, much appreciated. But I think if Mr. Garish can correct, if I read the PowerPoint properly, that was 159 units per hectare, and that was the amendment. So even if we amend to 150, we still would require this board to do a further amendment to get to 159. And here's my question. At the time, I spoke with staff, a planner who's no longer with us, who said, as I asked the question, what do you recommend? And that staff member said 180. And I said, why? And that staff member gave me some real good reasons. I said, wow, that's interesting. And I think it is. I think it's important. So my question is 150 enough, or is 180 the better amount? And I'm just curious to hear an answer, because I think this is a moment that's important, because we can save this board a lot of time and the taxpayers a lot of money if we don't have to amend the bylaw every time somebody wants to change 2 commercial units into 5 residential, for example. So I'm just curious what the thinking is with 150, why not 180? And I'm open-minded. I just want to learn and find out what the thinking is. Thank you.
Mr. Garish?
Well, it's a, yeah. Sorry, I'm just I'm drawing a blank, unfortunately. Bad timing. On the basis for the 150 calculation, because yes, the director is right. We have had obviously the one for the seniors housing, which was less than 150, but the other one at the library site, which was more than 150. Some of the proposals that I've seen kicked around within the community by prospective developers have been, I'm trying to recall here, I think for the most part under 150. Yeah, it's just one of those numbers that I mean, we're happy to review and come back with options if there's a desire to go higher. But sorry, I don't have any specifics I can share at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? Seeing none, as this doesn't require a motion, we can move on, I assume. So we'll move on to item C, septic system analysis. Mr. Newell, would you please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this came back to this meeting from the last meeting. We had administratively a representation from some of the provincial professionals in septic management from around the area. And what they've advised us is that we're not in compliance right now in our development procedures bylaw with what their associations and their profession require for proof that a septic system is acceptable for a change in use. So we've done a lot of work on this. We went back out to the profession. We asked them what should guideline for the information that we require when change in use occurs be like. And we've drafted up a set of amendments that are before committee for consideration. So it's somewhat complex. The whole liquid waste management system is becoming more complex, whether it's a community-based system or septic. So we need to spend some time on it. And I thought what we'd do is get, again, Mr. Garish to go back into this for committee and present what we believe would be the correct course of action for what we're going to require from mostly those applicants for a temporary use permit for vacation rental. And on the one side, we want to be compliant with the existing thoughts about septic management, but on the other side, everything we know, everything we do may cost somebody some more money. So it would be beneficial to get that balance. So what I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, is we turn this over to Mr. Garish and he can take committee through the details of it.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. And I'll pass this over to Danielle DeVries, our planner handling this file, to run the board through her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, CEO, for that summary. I'll just put my slides up. Okay. Great. So as CAO said, we brought this last committee meeting and had quite a discussion on it. So I summarized here what I heard last committee meeting, which is that there are concerns with asking too much of vacation rental applicants and making sure that it is a reasonable approach for them to apply for their TUP. We also did hear that there is a concern and obligation on our part to protect health and safety in the community and make sure that these septic systems are in a viable working condition and supportive of having extra use. And I also heard that there might be additional uses like families visiting vacation properties that may also be harsh on septic systems. And I also wanted to reiterate that in our current OCPs, it says that when we're considering a temporary use permit for a vacation rental, we will assess their capability of accommodating on-site domestic water and sewage disposal. So staff have currently been asking applicants for any proof of sewage disposal, which we're getting a wide variety, which I showed you last time. So coming back, we have three options here for you. Option one is what we presented last time, which would be the full review. And this is a little bit lighter than what some of the professionals are asking for. So we've already only asked for a desktop review that would confirm the capacity of the existing septic system can support the vacation rental. Some professionals might say that it also needs a site visit before they could approve it, but we thought that was a bit onerous, and there's other professionals who agree that it can be done based solely on the interior health records to see the capacity and if that would be enough. And then in addition, option one would also show where on the property that system is located and indicate any repairs that the owner might need to do to get it into compliance. And then there's a second phase for that option where upon renewal, we would ask for a maintenance person, a septic professional, to go to site and make sure that after a year of use, that system is still in good working order and the misuse that may have happened from vacation renters not knowing about septics are still, it didn't affect the system and it's good to go forevermore. We've revised that for a second option two there, a simple review, which is still just a desktop review where the septic professional doesn't have to go to site, but removed the options for locating the system and any repairs. So this would solely be looking at the records and saying the existing capacity and what capacity would be required for vacation rentals. And then a third option here is if the board is not wanting to do any sort of septic review, then to remove that requirement in the OCP to stop asking for septic assessments at all. And just to visually summarize that for you here, we have options 1, 2, and 3 at the top. At first application, when they're asking for their TUP for a vacation rental, option 1 would require everything there. Option 2 takes away those bottom 3, site map, suggestions to improve the system, and making sure it's in working condition upon renewal. I put an X on the top 2 because we're no longer explicitly asking for them in the bylaw as it is drafted. However, they would still need to do those 2 things in order to answer those middle 3 questions. It's just implied. And then the last option here, we wouldn't know any of those things about the system. We would just carry on assuming their septic is okay. I also went back and asked a couple of the septic professionals about what these types of things might cost, so you had an idea. So in option 1 for the full review, it is just a desktop review, so they expect it would be under $1,000 in the $500 to $750 range. Option number 2 is a bit simpler. They don't have to do any site maps, so it's in the $350 to $500 range. And then of course, no requirement would be free. And then on renewal, only option 1 has a cost there. It's a little higher because the professional actually has to go on site and look at the system. But the initial look at the system should still be under $1,000, but it may result in the homeowner needing to do maintenance or repairs to their system, which could become quite costly. And that brings me to our administrative recommendation, which is still that we initiate a bylaw to determine what applicants will need for these septic procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Garish, before I ask for questions?
I don't.
Very good. Are there any questions from the panel? Director Kazakovich, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Knodel. Not really a question, just more of a statement. Personally, I don't support option 1 at all. We're looking at $3,000 to $4,000 per TUP application. So first application, close to $4K. A year later, another $3,000 to $4K to renew. That's really costly. But my concern is around the fact that we're placing this on vacation rentals and we're not thinking of B&Bs. We don't issue permits for B&Bs, but B&Bs tend to put more down the system, I believe, because you have renters that change out every night or 2 nights. And that's an increase in the laundry and the wash of the bedding, the towels. And if that's not the case, then why are we charging an extra water usage fee to B&Bs, but not to vacation rentals? So at least in Area E, we charge an extra fee annually if you have a B&B for water usage, but we don't on vacation rentals. So should we be adding that to vacation rentals then? So I'm not really sure that everything is set up fairly. My preference is for option 3, and that people need to look after their own systems. You know, they're going to be dealing with a very costly situation if they don't look after their systems. If the board's not a fan of that, you know, I can go with option number 2, but I just think option 1 is cost prohibitive and people won't even bother applying. They'll just do their vacation rentals underground. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kazakovich. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. The experts the rope experts, are they the same people that are also accredited with designing and installing new septic systems?
Mr. Garish, sir, or Mr. Dole?
I'll pass it over to Danielle to answer that one.
Yes, so it is a registered on-site wastewater professional, and they get various, we can become a planner, installer, maintenance person, and inspector. So they have 4 qualifications that they can add to that title.
So if I may follow up, Chair?
By all means.
Thank you. So the rope experts are also people that can, like, they may be able to also design and install a new septic system.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So is there any concern from administration about a conflict of interest on that approach?
I find that these are people who are the only experts in this area other than engineers. So these are the people we rely on, since we ourselves are not septic professionals and can't speak to the condition of these systems.
Director Gettens, does that answer your question?
It does, Chair, and I have another question, but I'll wait until other people have had a chance to speak.
Thank you. From the board, I see a hand.
Go ahead, Director Oberg.
Yes, thank you to the chair. I support administrative recommendation. I cannot support option 3. This is an incredibly serious issue. It impacts OK Falls maybe more so than some of the areas that don't have water issues. Our drinking water comes from the lake, Skahal Lake, and this is true of a lot of our communities. Basalt Lake, similarly. My understanding is that we have not complied with the provincial sewer and septic regulations historically. And so we have a compounding of effect. We have a property that may not comply in the first instance, and then a change of use, for example, in a TUP short-term rental application scenario, where on average the use changes to about 150 to 170% of the normal throughput from a residential use. That change in use is material. That's why on our vacation rental, short-term rental bylaw, we had a requirement of confirmation of satisfactory septic and sewage. And of course, it's easy. If you're in compliance, it's an easy yes. Here's the issue, the what if. What if you're not in compliance? Now, I want to remind this board, and some of us are old enough to remember Walkerton. And Walkerton was a community of less than 5,000 at the time. 7 people died from E. coli. 2,300 were ill. Many of them seriously ill. It cost the province, that's taxpayers' money, $72 million in compensation. The region's public health officer said the catastrophe was probably preventable. Justice Dennis O'Connor did the report on Walkerton. We are dealing here with a risk that could have deadly consequence, catastrophic consequence, and it's too serious an issue to not pay proper attention. So I support administrative recommendation. I think that we need to have compliance, and for those people who don't want to comply, we need better enforcement. And I'll speak to that a different day when we're reviewing that short-term rental policy bylaw when it comes to vacation rentals. But in general, we need to enforce the laws. If the laws are not good, fix the laws. If our process is too costly, then get a better process that costs less money, because maybe we could do better when it comes to the cost of process. But the public health and safety is too important to say we're going to do nothing, and let the property owner gamble with the lives and the safety of the community. And I'll tell you, the property owners, and I'm one, we're not as smart. I'm not as smart as some members of this board think we are. I don't understand this stuff. I don't know all that there is to know about septic. And I'll tell you, we throw those dice. We play that Russian roulette game, and you hit a live round. I mean, who wants Walkerton in our region? We have to be respectful of the public health and safety experts. We have experts here who are giving us advice, and they're saying we're not being careful enough. So I think it's time for us to pay attention to the warning signs and take responsible action. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Robinson, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm with Director Kozakovich on this. I think we're overcomplicating, over-regulating the entire situation. Believe me, if your septic isn't working, no one's going to rent your property. Like, it's obvious and it smells. Honestly, I really think we're far overcomplicating this, and I would go with option 3 myself. I mean, no one tells you how many people you can have in your family. So if you had 8 people in your family, we don't regulate that, but we want to regulate if a couple wants to come and rent your house for a weekend. I'm sorry, the whole thing is losing me here. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Robinson. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. First off, just to follow up the statement in regards to families, statistically speaking, we very rarely have the 8-person families anymore. And looking at the rope, the the research that was done by staff, it is quite true that a lot of times that if you're going to have a rental or rent a room or have it, you're going to end up with double occupancy more often than not. A couple coming, a family with friends, a group of couples that come to do wine tours. I do understand the points on both sides. I favor number 2 because I believe that some of our issues that we lie in following up with Director Obrick is enforcement. I believe that also cost is a factor. And so I support the fact that these things, if they're in place and should be in place, then there should be records that these things are dealt with by a rope and that they should be effectively have the ability to be used. I recently did one for my unit. It was tied in and set up for agricultural days. And I had a rope put that all together for me and sent off to Interior Health. And we don't even have this kinds of issues or enforcement out here in Area G. I believe it's important that septic, as Director Obrick had stated, is incredibly important and that we need to be up to standard. My concern usually is that, you know, yes, is it becoming more cost, are the costs driving people away from actually doing what's necessary and what is right? So, you know, I'd like to look more later on at things that we could do to make it a more cost-effective process to be able to have the more up-to-date septic systems, because I think a lot of times we may end up with issues of compliance due to cost. That all being said, again, I agree that we already have a system in place that we're supposed to have ropes look through our septics, and I would like to put forward the motion as stated for number 2, for option number 2, that we adopt that. So that I'm making that motion. Thank you.
Can we hold on that motion until the discussion is complete, Director Roberts?
Okay.
Thank you. Director McCordoff.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate all the discussion on this. I am a homeowner. I live by myself in my home, but it's my responsibility to make sure that my septic system and my water issues are dealt with. Just as important for me to do that as it is for anyone else who has larger families. That being said, I understand cost and the enforcement issues are big ones, but I want to refer you to the Okanagan Basin Water Board report from February the 3rd of this year, and I have it. I don't know whether I don't think it's on our agenda at this time. However, there are 2 things of interest that that you need to have a look at, perhaps. And one is the Sewage Facilities Grant Program, which has been in effect for OBWB since 1977. At this point, what we're going to do is have a look at that again. And there's going to be a comprehensive review of grants and program objectives, and improvements will be made if necessary. So they're on board with looking at this. The second thing is that the government released a watershed security strategy, and the Okanagan Basin Water Board, of course, has been long time wanting the province to implement a strategy that addresses protection of drinking water sources. And that is that. So the OBWB is going to respond. Anyone else who wants to, I believe, could also respond. It's on the board report for you. So I absolutely think that 2 of our huge issues that we need to deal with are water security, and making sure that we check our sewage and that we are not polluting our water. So thank you.
Thank you, Director McCardoff. Director Monteith, please.
Oh, to the chair. Note for Danny, I'm an attendee on the webinar as well. Sorry. I'm on my phone until I'm made there.
I'm questioning the connection between this bylaw changes, policy changes, with the irrigation districts and what the impact is there, because we don't really have a lot of involvement in their bylaws. So how would that work for Cleveland, as an example?
Not sure who would answer that question. CAO Noel, do you have information on that?
Well, I'll chip in. It wouldn't have, none of our laws have any impact on the irrigation districts, really. This is more about wastewater, not water. So I don't believe it would have any impact on the irrigation districts.
Thank you.
And then I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead, Director Monteith. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
I hate technology in Cleveland, sorry. Are we, I'm challenged because a lot of our waterfront properties also are on septic, obviously, because all of Cleveland is. But if the regional district has a bylaw or a policy, how do we enforce it in Cleveland where like, are we connecting it to water? Or are we only doing it for septic?
Once again, Mr. Noel.
So this is just wastewater, Mr. Chair, nothing to do with water.
Thank you. Director Monteith, are you satisfied? Moving on, Director Gettens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just support what Director Kozakovich and Director Robinson has said too. I really do believe that if you are a homeowner that's looking to rent your property, risking your septic system for a couple of weeks of rent is probably not the best investment. So I'm happy to go with option number 3 as well, but I will second Director Roberts' motion for option number 2 and maybe find a happy medium that makes this something that will actually see people willing to pay for. But yeah, I will second Director Roberts' motion. Thanks.
We'll come back to that, Director Gettens. I'd like to finish the discussions first. Director Coyne Senior, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I've been talking to as many people as I can about this issue out here, and presently we don't have anybody in REH that has applied for a TUP, and I don't believe anybody will. They'll just continue to operate these vacation rentals illegally. There's just way too many issues involved, and this being one of them. And now the other thing that I've had people comment on is they've actually approached ROPES to get their sewer system inspected, and the standard answer is, yeah, we'll just replace it, because there's no way that they can tell if it's actually working unless they dig it up. They can go by the records and find out what size of a tank you have, but that's pretty well it. So their standard answer is, we'll just dig it up and replace it. And out here, you're looking between $15,000 to $50,000 to replace it, depending on where you're at. The other issue that we have out here is we only have 2, I believe, possibly 3. One guy works part-time. That do these inspections. The other people that used to do the installations and designs, they're all dead. So there's no way to get a lot of the information that people would require. So I'm in agreement with Director Kozakovich as well. And I think that at this time that option 3 is probably the better way to go, and put the onus on the property owner, and let them deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Are there any other questions before I come back to Director Roberts? Seeing none, Director Roberts, would you care to make your recommendation? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like to make the motion for option number 2.
Director Gettens, are you seconding that one? Seconded by Director Gettens. I'll call the question. Any opposed? I think we better go for a count on that one. Opposed? Ms. Malden, are you able to get a count?
I have 10 opposed from what I can see.
Very good. I guess we better call for those in favor. Ms. Malden?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Sorry, we had a discussion around option number 3, and then we put option number 2 on the table, but there wasn't any actual discussion about option number 2 or anything we might be able to do to amend it. I think maybe the question was called a little quickly.
Fair enough. I'm not sure how to proceed from here. Mr. Knoll, do you have any advice?
I would say the member has a good point, Mr. Chair. You typically would call for discussion after a motion is on the floor. So in our case, we don't actually put a motion on the floor before we enter into discussion. We sort of discuss, and then a member puts a motion on the floor, which in some respects would suggest that even when we do that, you still need to ask for discussion once the motion is on the floor, because then that will focus discussion on that motion. So I would say that you would rule in favor of the point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I will rule in favor of the point of order, and we will go back to, yes.
In that case, may I speak to it?
Most definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to go back to trying to find a happy medium here, and I think Director Kozakovich hit on a really good point. B&Bs are treated differently, and yet they're basically the same. So why wouldn't we try to do something like head it off at the pass and treat it the same way we do a B&B and get some money in that through that view instead of trying to convolute it?
Thank you. Any other comments on the second option? That being said, Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. I think the second option is pretty clear and clean. It's just stating that they're checking on what is already in place at Interior Health, and whether or not you do it in Area H or Area G or Area B, wherever that you put together an appropriate septic system as directed by the province, it is, or by the health authority, it is then registered there. So all it's doing is before you start a TUP, just make sure that these individuals have that in place, and then it's a done deal. So I don't see it really as being convoluted, but thank you. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Director Roberts. The board room, please.
To the chair, and I have a question. I am not against B&Bs complying to good public health and safety rules. I'm not against that. I think that's a good idea. My question is there anything in this administrative recommendation or the motion on the floor that prevents B&Bs from complying with the proper and good provincial regulations and or other public health rules?
Mr. Newell?
Well, I think it's more a matter of where's the trigger, Mr. Chair. So for a bed and breakfast, it's permitted use in certain zones. What the board has said about vacation rentals is that needs to be a separate application on a temporary basis. And there's the, because we don't have business licenses, that's the way that the board had determined they would regulate vacation rentals. And I'll just remind the board that while we would like everybody that wants to do a vacation rental to apply. The reason we brought it forward initially was in response to a court finding that we didn't have strong enough regulations to enforce complaints about vacation rentals. So we were looking for a tool that would allow us to address complaints about a change in use, really. So I don't think we'd be able to come up, unless you wanted to make bed and breakfast susceptible to a temporary use permit as well. I can't see how we would trigger a review of that once it's already approved in a zone.
Thank you. Director Olbrich, do you have a comeback or a follow-up on that?
Oh, thank you, Chair. And yeah, I think it's a little bit of a confusion because it's not good to not do a good thing because we're not doing a good thing somewhere else. And so bed and breakfast, it's a different, as the CAO has indicated, there's different rules, different permitted uses, and he's right, it is different. I'm familiar with the Leach case and the process that brought us to our current bylaw, and I think the importance of this is not lost on me. I know I'd like to quote from Maya Angelou, who is I think Director McCorduff is a huge fan, and Maya Angelou said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better." And this process that we're in over the last 8, 9, 10 and more years, we're always learning. And so, you know, the challenge is how do we do better? And I think this is a moment when the public health and safety, I understand the risk may be small, and I appreciate its personal responsibility. I agree with personal responsibility. You need good rules. When the American Congress decided to let the banking industry operate on the personal responsibility model, it led to an international crisis. Alan Greenspan, chair of the Federal Reserve in about March 2009, said the mistake they made was not having those rules for clean banking, or in this case, clean water, and the result was catastrophic. And that's the challenge with the do nothing, deregulate approach, is it can be quite dangerous, as we saw with the collapse of the financial system in the Western world at the time. And again, Walkerton, preventable. It was animal sewage. Overland got into the water supply, but whether it's a septic system that fails, E. coli, that's how it gets into the water supply, is when a septic or sewer system fails. In Vintage Views right now, we have a private for-profit wastewater treatment plant, has not been in compliance for 20 years. We have enforcement action. The ministry has put in a stop order. We have no building permits in that community. People are distressed, but it speaks to a real important issue. And so we need to be mindful that there's an opportunity here to do better. And I'm just, I find it interesting when we distract from this issue by talking about other things like bed and breakfast, which maybe we have to look at a different day, and maybe we need to do better there also. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the board? Seeing none, I do have a brief statement. I really don't see how attacking one particular branch works. I think we're opening the door to complete septic service reviews for all septic services. And that frightens me in the overall. It's kind of a slippery slope. I'm not sure what damage a renter would do to a drain field. More likely they damage the plumbing and have a backup in the building, which the owner would be quite concerned with. Or they could possibly plug the tank, which would require a pump. But no amount of inspection is going to make a difference to that. Generally, their damage to a drain field would mean they'd have to pour cement down the toilet, and that's generally not the kind of thing that's going to happen. A point that Director Pendergraft made to me too is when these rentals come up, people don't rent to spend their time in the house, they're out and about. So the load there, back to my reference on my pack of dogs, when you have family staying, they tend to use your house considerably more than a rental group. So I have some concerns that we're overreaching our authority or just adding piles of legislation that aren't really showing a necessity to be there. Thank you. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a question for staff because I think what we're trying to do is get some direction for staff so they know what to ask for and then what to do with that information. And just in light of what Director Coyne said about not being able to assess a system unless you dig it up, and then that's why the answer is to replace the system. If we go with option number 2, and it's you know, we have an expert that says here's the capacity, here's the required capacity, and the professional opinion. If the professional opinion is that it can't, that your current septic system cannot accommodate the rental, does that mean that staff are now empowered to say no, you're not going to issue the TUP to the citizen making the application? Like, what does it mean, the professional opinion? Is that the stop for the applicant?
For the staff, please.
Thank you. So that would be part of the application to come in total, and then that would go forward to you as the board to make the decision, knowing that the septic may not be able to handle it.
Thank you, Director.
Okay. So it's, okay. Thanks. No, I'll hold my question. Thanks.
Can I just follow up on that one, if you will, please? If a system is found wanting for vacation rental, would that also not mean it's wanting for the owner of the property to move in and use? I mean, this becomes an inspection on a system, whether it's rented or not, by definition. Staff?
That would depend on the system and its capacity. Sometimes a residential capacity would come up as lower than a vacation rental capacity. So looking at capacity alone, it might be fine for residential, but not okay for vacation rental. But again, we're not looking at how well it's functioning, which may be a completely different issue.
Thank you. We're dwelling on this. I think it's time to move on. I'll call the question on option 2. All in favor? Ms. Malden, do you have a count?
I can see 4 in favor.
Thank you. Opposed? Ms. Malden, I believe we are well past that. Thank you.
Correct, we are. Yes, it's defeated.
Motion fails. Do we have another motion to bring to Director Robinson, please?
I'd be happy to move option number 3.
Is there a seconder? Director Bauer, thank you. Calling the question, or do we have to have a discussion now on option 3 too?
Could we have it read out? Sorry.
Ms. Malden, would you care to read that out?
The report that I have, I can't see option 3 on there. My apologies. I'm looking at Chris's report. I'm not seeing that.
Actually, I believe that, yeah, I don't see an.
I've got it here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Gittens.
I think it's that that bylaw number 2500.24 cannot be initiated, and then electoral area A, C, D, E, F, and I official community plan bylaws be amended to remove the criterion to assess the vacation rentals capability of accommodating on-site sewage disposal.
Thank you, Director Gettins. Does that fit your motion, Director Robinson?
Yes.
Is there, once again, seconder, Director Bauer, are you still in favor of seconding?
Yes, and Director Vasilaki has a hand up, Chair.
I see that. Thank you. Director Vasilaki, please.
The question I have is very simple. Where do we stand legally if number 3 passes? Where do we stand with the province? That's what my question is.
Mr. Newell?
I'm not sure what, I mean, it is a self monitoring profession, Mr. Chair, the ropes. So it has a legal, and they have an association. I would have to say we probably are more exposed in a civil suit. It was one of the ropes that approached us initially saying, listen, I'm losing business because you're not enforcing the regulation right now. And that's why we got interested and started doing more investigation into what we were required to do. We capture septic systems when a new house is being built or a new development is being built at the building permit stage. Where the rope that approached us initially was attacking was when there's a change in use and you're not requiring the professional assessment of a qualified professional, then you're not meeting your obligations under the regulation. So I'm not sure anybody would attack us, Mr. Chair, except perhaps one of the existing ropes that's losing business.
Thank you, sir. Does that answer your question, Director Vasilaki? Thank you. At that point, shall we, any other comments?
Sabrina has her hand. Sabrina's hand is up.
Director Monteith, please. Sorry.
Sorry, to the chair. I know my APC, every time we have vacation rentals come to them, their questions are always about septic, and they're concerned. So I'm wondering if before we decide to remove something that's significant from our OCPs, if we don't reach out to our APCs, because those truly, they have very valid points, and I'd like to hear from mine. So if that's a possibility, I would like to make that or go in that direction, because I do feel like this is a pretty big change.
We have a motion on the floor. I don't believe we can back up on this at that point. Mr. Newell, please.
Well, I would say the other option, Mr. Chair, is if we aren't providing the significant information for a clear decision by committee, we could always invite one of these recognized professionals in to provide you additional information and respond to questions. That deferment's always an option in any motion.
Director Robinson, please.
Yeah, are we not just sticking with the status quo? We're not actually removing anything that's not already there.
We are removing something.
Yeah. We've got Director Obrick in the boardroom too.
Okay, maybe we could have some clarification on that then.
Let's go to Mr. Garish first and see about some clarification there, please.
Thank you to the chair. So option 3 would be an OCP amendment to take out that line about the septic assessments being required. And because it's an OCP amendment, it would also go to the APCs.
Thank you. I believe that clarifies that. From the board, I believe Director Obrick has got a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I have 2 points now. One to Director Robinson. Your motion does remove criteria that currently exist. So that's real important because you're changing it in a way that will make it less safe. And tied into that, to Director Vasilaki's question about liability, again, we only need to look at history and Walkerton, where 72 million was paid out in compensation by claims brought. When these things happen, when they fail, there will be claims brought, and they could be brought, whether it's brought against the local authority or the province. That's not a solution. In my respectful opinion, the solution is to mitigate, to prevent the harm with good rules in the first place, not take the rules away and let the chances happen and then people can sue each other. That in my view is not a responsible approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Obrick. Mr. Newell, I see your hand is up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, left over.
All right, I believe we're at the point of calling the question now. All in favor? Ms. Malden, do you have a count?
I have 6 in favor.
Opposed?
Eight opposed, so it carries.
Motion carries.
I'm confused.
Well, motion. If you don't vote, you're in favor.
Pardon me, that's a fail. It's not.
Yeah.
There's no abstaining, so.
Point of order, could we recheck the count? Because I don't know about anybody else, but I'm confused and I'd like to not be confused. So as a courtesy to me and maybe nobody else, please recheck the count.
Ms. Malden?
So the best way to do this is what we do with our board as well, is that the chair reads out the names of those opposed, and that way we can ensure it's captured accurately. So if we can start that way, that would be helpful. So opposed?
Opposed? This is the question. Opposed?
Opposed?
Ms. Malden, as I can't see the whole board, would you read out the names, please? Oh, pardon me, sorry.
I can do that from the boardroom.
Can we,
You've got direct.
read out the
Can we have a clarification on what we're voting on? I'm assuming we're voting for or against option 3. Is that okay? I'm against option 3.
Close the game.
Okay, so I have Director Obrick, Director Holmes, Director Johansson, Director Sentes, Director Vasilaki, Roberts, and McCortoff opposed.
No. And Director Pendergraft.
And Trainer.
And Trainer.
That's 9 opposed. So
I've had my hand up as well, Director Monteith.
okay, so that's 10 opposed. It is defeated.
Thank you. That being said, I'm not sure where we go from here.
I'll make a motion.
Bring it back with more information.
Yeah, thank you. That's the motion.
We've got Director Albrecht in the boardroom with his hand up, please.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone, defer more information. I think this is important enough that it could come back a different day and have people give it some more thought.
Thank you, Director Obrick. Do we need a count on a deferral, Ms. Malden?
So that should be voted on, yes, and we should put a date on when that should be coming back to the committee for consideration.
I'm open to staff recommendation on a date.
Fair enough. Staff have a recommendation for date?
We can come back next meeting.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Chair. No.
What are we asking for more information on?
We can check.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Opposed?
Well, I have a
Director
couple.
Watt,
That's more
Director Robinson. That is all I see.
Very good. Motion carries. We're deferred to the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Let's carry on.
That's that.
Item D, watercourse development permit area update. Mr. Knoll, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the province came out with the riparian area regulation, 15 or so years ago now. And what it did was allow development permits for watercourse development permits. And it really relied on the qualified environmental professionals to be required to come in, give a report as to whether there would be any significant impact on a riparian area. And then the province would issue would confirm that they've had a report, and then they'd issue an assessment saying that we could go ahead. And they really didn't. Now, once a qualified environmental professionals submitted a report, they weren't really too critical. They relied on that profession to allow a development to go ahead. Over time, the province became more concerned with the quality of some of the reports coming in. And this is my interpretation of what's happening now. But in 2019, they came out with the riparian area protection regulation, which then said, okay, but we can withhold an assessment report if we don't agree with the QEP. But as the provincial regulations evolve, we try and keep up with our own internal documents in order to be able to adequately manage those. After that 2019 ruling came out with the new regulation, we changed our documents to comply. And then we became aware that the province was saying, well, we won't issue an assessment on any retroactive applications. And of course, we from time to time get retroactive applications for these watercourse development permits. And we've got a couple in progress right now. So it's just taken us a while, but what we'd like to do is bring our OCPs into compliance, or to at least acknowledge that this new regulation. And then the other thing the province has been telling applicants is that they won't issue anything retroactively, but a local government can, as long as they've addressed it in their bylaws. So that's what this is about, Mr. Chair, and we should turn this over to Mr. Garish for further explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. And as per the last discussion, I'll hand this one over to Mr. Gries to run the board through the proposed changes we have for the WDP area.
Thank you. Once again, I will share my screen. One moment. This is mostly a housekeeping item, as CAO explained. Occasionally we get property owners that go ahead and build something without getting the proper permits. When something like this happens, it triggers enforcement action, perhaps a stop work notice for building. And often this involves planning to get permits into place to help them either demolish something that absolutely won't be allowed or continue. We had a case last year where the building was actually placed well within the riparian area. You can see on the left-hand side, we're very close to the lake there. This is in Naramata, electoral area E. And on the right-hand side, you can see it's within 2.7 meters of the lake. They've placed these sea cans. So this typically would need a development permit, a watercourse development permit, to be able to build that close to the lake, and likely would not have been allowed that close to the lake. So the typical 30-meter riparian area is this yellow line on the right-hand side that includes the entire property. So they definitely need a watercourse permit to be able to build here. When we went to get this through the process, we found out from the ministry that when they made their amendments in 2019 and required that the RDOS must get notification from the ministry to be able to issue a development permit, this does not include cases where development has already happened. Because the development happened inconsistently with their regulation, therefore, they cannot approve a report that has been completed development or retroactive development. This leaves us in a situation where all retroactive developments under bylaw enforcement are currently on hold. We cannot move them forward without a development permit because we must issue one for the property owner to be able to demolish or continue and finish their building. So we're at a standstill and have to have a mechanism in our OCP to be able to issue these development permits and move these enforcement issues forward. So we're in a situation where we can create a mechanism to say that if the ministry rejects the report on the basis that it's retroactive development, then the RDOS can accept that report directly, still relying on the expertise of the qualified environmental professional and using their recommendations that the property owner may need to remove that item and restore the area, or perhaps just move it, or the development may be allowed, but they need to improve it. And this is something the ministry is working on as well, and we hope that eventually we could take this back out of the OCP and the ministry will deal with these through wrapper as with all of our other applications. However, at this time they are not, and we need a mechanism to move forward. So that brings us to the administrative recommendation that we initiate both the OCP and the development procedures bylaw amendments to be able to complete this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the staff on this? Pardon me, are there any questions from the staff? Seeing none, is anyone willing to make the administrative recommendation? Director Santos, is there a seconder? Looking for seconder. Director Pendergraft, all in favor? Motion carries. Moving forward. Item E.
Chair, to interrupt, sorry, I didn't catch if there was any opposed there.
My apologies. Opposed, please. Seeing none, motion carries. Moving forward, item E, zoning amendment bylaw, metal storage containers, CAO Newell, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is a recurring issue that we've been discussing over the last year or so, and it's been out for consultation a few times, and we're still deliberating on it. So it is back now for discussion, Mr. Chair. And I believe that planning has another presentation on this one.
Go ahead, planning department.
Sorry, we just had to get ourselves unmuted there. I'm going to pass this over to Ms. Wong to give the board an overview of the most recent round of resident feedback we've received, some slides that she's prepared in response, and then the proposed amendment that we'd like the board to consider. So with that, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, CEO Newell, for the introduction and the brief overview. So, as the CEO has mentioned, there has been quite a bit of history on this project. It started back in mid-2020, and at that time we had sought out community input throughout the spring and summer of that year, and we eventually brought that feedback back to the P&D committee in the fall of that year. So, following consideration by P&D, the board had met on October 15th, 2020 and approved first and second reading. And following that, we did see 2 public hearings occur in November and December 2020. In February 2021, the board had deferred third reading for further consideration by Planning and Development Committee. And in June on June 3rd, 2021, the P&D committee had referred this bylaw to their electoral area APCs. And through the months of August and September 2021, the APCs had seen this bylaw at their meetings. So the most recent history that we have on this project is from a P&D committee meeting in October 2021, where P&D had requested staff undertake additional community input due to some changes that were made to the amendment bylaw. So at this meeting, P&D committee had directed staff, again, as I mentioned, to update the amendment bylaw by eliminating the minimum parcel size requirement that was previously set in the previous version of the amendment bylaw, and also eliminating the requirement to paint the container or metal storage containers consistent with the color of the principal building on the property, and at the same time had added a siting requirement for low density residential zones as well. So as I mentioned, prior to bringing this back to third reading and prior to scheduling a third public hearing, P&D committee had directed staff to undertake additional agency and public consultation. So really the point of this presentation is for me to give a brief summary of the findings that we had from our additional community input. So just a bit about the process that we undertook. In November and December of 2021, we had, again, as I mentioned, sent this out to our external agencies as well as the community. On November 12th, we did a re-referral of the amendment bylaw as it was amended following the October 21st, 2021 P&D committee meeting. And we sent that to the applicable agencies that had previously responded and had received our referral. On November 18th, we did our standard notification process by posting that the amendment bylaw had been updated and requesting additional comments, and we posted these notifications on Facebook, Civic Ready, as well as biweekly newspaper ads. And on December 3rd, we had also emailed previous respondents who had provided feedback to, with an opportunity to update their feedback or add any additional comments as well. Now, in terms of my findings, in total, we received 48 responses from members of the public. And I've made this pie chart here to show you just the proportion of respondents based on electoral area. So as you'll notice, most of our feedback was received from residents in both electoral area A, and electoral area F. So more specifically, we saw 28 responses, and that's about 60% of the total responses from electoral area F, and 10 responses were from electoral area A, and that constitutes just about 21% of the total responses. So of the 48 responses, 5 responses noted support of the bylaw, with only 1 response including a comment, and that had noted concerns with the aesthetics of metal storage containers. 6 responses had supported the bylaw but had included comments that they had mentioned their support was subject to those comments. And this included but was not limited to the previously mentioned concerns of aesthetics, so painting the containers a color consistent with the principal building, implementing siting requirements, ensuring that metal storage containers are used temporarily only, or had noted limits on the number of or cumulative size of the containers placed on property. We also received 6 responses that did not indicate clear support or non-support of the bylaw. And most notably, we had 31 responses that indicated non-support of the amendment bylaw. So when we were reviewing the non-support responses that we received, it was unclear whether non-support was based on respondents actually opposing the regulation of metal storage containers, or if there was an opposition against permitting metal storage containers to be placed on properties. So further complicating the issue, as I mentioned, some responses didn't include comments. So we weren't really able to ascertain the public's actual position just based on those comments that we received. So when sorting out the non-support responses, I was able to break down these responses into 4 separate categories. 17 of the 31 had included comments that had indicated that the respondent was not in favor of allowing the placement of containers. And 5 responses included comments that had indicated that the respondent was not in favor of regulating metal storage containers. 8 responses did not include comments, and 1 response had cited issues with the bylaw's wording. So just to dive into that a bit more, of the 17 of 31 comments that had indicated that they were not in favor of allowing the placement of containers, these comments typically cited issues based on impacts on aesthetics, property values, and compatibility with residential zones and or small lot sizes. And of the 5 comments that indicated issues with proposed restrictions on container placement, of the 5 comments that had indicated that they were opposing the regulation of the placement of metal storage containers, these comments had cited issues with the restrictions, such as siting restrictions and not being in favor of a minimum parcel size, or they had noted benefits of containers. So most notably, of those 17 responses that we had received that were not in favor of allowing the placement of containers, 16 of those were from Area F, and 15 of the 16 were from the Westwood subdivision, which does have a low density, a West Bench low density residential zoning, so that's RS5, and one of the 16 was from the West Bench Sage Mesa area, which has the West Bench small holding zone, that's SH5. So really the issue with the minimum parcel size in the RS5 zone, even the smallest size that was recommended to be placed as the minimum parcel size, which was 0.4 hectares, would effectively prohibit containers in all of the Westwood subdivision, because looking at even the largest parcels, we're looking at a minimum parcel size there of 0.25 hectares, more or less. So with this in mind, we are recommending that the amendment bylaw be updated to prohibit the placement of metal storage containers in the West Bench low density residential zone. And this is just a clip showing just the recommended changes, and it's a pretty small change here. It's just adding in, as I mentioned, the prohibition within the RS5 zone. So in terms of next steps for this project, really the next step would be to rescind second reading and then do a rereading, as another public hearing would be required prior to third reading of the amendment bylaw. And we would also need to hold a public hearing as well. And it should be noted that due to the initiation of bylaw number 2800, these steps would likely be delayed until 2800 is adopted. And that's really just because 2800, because it's consolidating a number of electoral area zoning bylaws, would really negate the need to have to individually amend every single electoral area zoning bylaw. So ultimately, amendment bylaw number 2895 would end up amending bylaw 2800 if it's adopted by the board. And with that in mind, that is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the panel, please, from the board? Director Gettens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm with this amendment that citizens in West Bench would still be able to use the containers temporarily if they're moving goods or under construction. Is that correct?
Staff?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, anyone care to make the...
Director Obrick's in the boardroom with a question.
Apologies, Director Obrick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I just want to commend staff on really excellent work on this one. In Area D, we had a lot of APC, public engagement. I heard from many people. And I think an important distinction is Area D is not like Anarchist or Tulameen. I mean, we're primarily urban and suburban, and it's very different if you're in a place that's very large holdings. And in our community, lots of interest, lots of participation. And I want to say staff, although it's almost impossible to get the perfect balance, I do support the administrative recommendation. It is tremendously better. It's better. And I know there's nuances and details here that require work, and maybe in the future there'll be some more tweaking and fine tuning. But I want to say thank you to staff, because I was at those meetings and I saw how hard they worked, and I listened to community members even from Willowbrook, Area C, who commented about concerns at our meeting. So thank you very much to staff.
Director Olbrich. Any other comments? Seeing none. Director Gettens, is that a leftover hand or you have a comment?
No, I'm going to move the administrative recommendation and then I'll have a comment, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Kozakovich, your comment, please, Director Gettens.
Thank you. I just actually wanted to echo Director Olbrich there. I think staff did a really good job here. I like this amendment for West Bench Low Density. I think that works very well for those folks that live in Falder and Meadow Valley. I think there are a number of parcels within Greater West Bench that could be a home to a container and not influence the neighbors, but we've also seen that the containers do influence their neighbors as well. So I'm happy with this approach, and I know there's always the option for a citizen to come in and request a variance, but I'm happy with this. So good job, staff, and thank you.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Very good. Moving on. Item F, proposed South Okanagan Regional Growth Strategy. Mr. Knoll, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I just would remind committee, we do have a delegation under environment right at 11. So we'll have to adjust as we go along. On this one, Mr. Chair, we did start a review of the regional growth strategy back in 2020, and it's in progress and it's moving along well. You'll be getting a report on that shortly. Regional growth strategy reviews are not to be undertaken lightly. Requires a lot of cooperation between the regional district and the 6 member municipalities. And then also regional growth strategies are of interest to those regional districts around us. So the consultation goes out even past our regional district. So that's well underway. And there was a defined scope and $80,000 that the board committed to that study. All going to say that when we had our strategic planning workshop with Gordon McIntosh on November 24th and 25th, we got a lot of good suggestions and a lot of good information on that. There were some significant issues that really would fall under a regional growth strategy review. We're too far along in our current process to just stop and add a whole bunch of big issues into that review. So we're, in order to address what came out of the strategic planning workshop and what we've entrenched in our 2022 business plan, because they were priorities for the board out of that workshop, is going to take some further consideration. It would almost be like a second regional growth strategy review. So we got a couple of issues that we wanted to bring to the board, and you're either you're going to have to tell us if you want to proceed, and then later on when we get into corporate services, and Mr. Sfino is going to bring forward budget amendments at second reading, the financial consequences of what we discuss now would have to be entrenched in the 2022-2026 financial plan, which are not in there right now. But what we're recommending is that some of the issues for review are big, and they would be, they don't really fit into our capacity box right now or into our current budget. And we wanted to make the committee aware of that and to get some direction as to whether you want to proceed or not. And then we can make the required changes to our plans and really our resource levels. So I'm going to let Mr. Garish speak further on that, because he's more familiar with what the planning department has already underway for 2022 and what the impacts of that changing direction would be for us. So we should turn this over to Mr. I just wanted to prime committee for what Mr. Garish is going to say. So we should turn that over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Great. Thank you to the chair. So in the interest of time, i.e. I didn't have enough yesterday to get PowerPoints done, I'm just going to speak to these two budget issues and the strategic plan. So the CAO is correct. We do have a current RGS review underway, but it's a very defined scope. We have a contract that the board awarded to Urban Systems to help us with that with a very limited budget. The items that came out of the strategic planning session, which we've distilled down to basically being the regional housing strategy, the undertaking of a regional economic development strategy, and a regional agricultural strategy. Each of those on their own are significant projects that we in the planning department view as equivalent to the current RGS review, but also comparable in size and scale and scope to the OCP reviews that we're currently undertaking in areas E and G. And, you know, we're fully engaged with those projects at the moment. We have no spare capacity at a staff level. And so if the board is interested in doing these projects in 2022, we're recommending, well, there's four different options for the board to consider, but in order to do everything that came out of strategic planning in relation to the RGS, we consider that an additional staff resource would be required in order to help manage these projects, and that each of them, because of the scope of them, would require their own budget. The most recent regional project that we've completed, as the board will recall, was the Housing Needs Assessment Report, and that involved a number of member municipalities as well as the electoral areas. And that project took us 18 months and was $140,000 with funding from the province. So that's the baseline that we're using to recommend these strategies that came out of strategic planning. If the board didn't want to do all those at the same time, or possibly not hire an additional staff member to undertake those, the other alternatives involve basically canceling existing projects so that we can take on these new ones. Staff don't see that as advisable given the amount of funds that have already been expended on some of these OCP reviews and the RGS review, as well as staff time and volunteer time that have gone into these projects as well. And then the final option would be not to do anything and just to remove these from the plan. So I won't go any further, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the members might have in relation to this.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Questions from the board? Director Gettens, please.
Not so much a question, Chair, but just a statement that I think that this report was really well put together, and I'm in agreement with the administrative recommendation. I do think we should re-look, or who's ever at the table next year, should we look at some of the suggestions that we are removing from this year's business plan? But I believe that staff are at capacity and we shouldn't be adding more new things, so I'm supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Director Kozakovich, please. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Knodel. I'd just like to move the administrative recommendation.
I see a seconder, Director Bauer. There's still some comments here. Director Roberts, you had a...
Thank you to the chair. Follow up to Director Gettens. I was just saying the report was really well written. My concern moving forward and looking maybe towards budget 2023, my question for staff, are we going to continue to have capacity issues? Because so many of this stuff that we're talking about is important and does need to be looked at. For instance, the other report in regards to mitigation, floods, etc., and other things like that. Are we going to be constantly hampered due to lack of capacity? And or are we running at best practices right now? It's just that there was so many things all at once. It's just kind of like clogged the drains, as it were. Thank you.
Mr. Garish?
Maybe I'll take that one, Mr. Chair.
Certainly, Mr.
As far as planning goes, there's some really good projects on the list. I think we did talk a bit about the capacity box at that November 24th, 25th meeting, and we said, you know, we've done a lot. over this term. When this board came in back in 2018, you had a lot of interests that you wanted to attack. And we've been working away trying to land the planes that we put into the air that 3 years ago. And that we really wanted to try and focus on landing those planes in the last year of your term. And that's what Mr. Garish is at now, is that if we can just focus on closing some of these projects, then we'll have more capacity. But at the same time, 2022 is an election year, and chances are we're going to have some new members with equal or more interests or existing members that are returning that are going to come back in. So when we get into our strategic planning workshops after the election in 2022, but looking towards 2023 to 2025, where we should take the capacity box into account and either be careful what we put in it or upgrade the resources that we have in order so that we can undertake those projects. Because again, whatever we do, we want to do well. Everybody's interested in doing a good job on these. They're huge, they're multi-year, and they're expensive. So we want to do a good job on them. But I would say at this point, if we can get some of those big projects off the list, then that will create more room in the future for these new ones that are coming on.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Any other comments?
Holmes in the boardroom.
To the board, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I think it's excellent that we've got these issues on the list in strategic planning, November 24, 25. I certainly recall the comments made about the capacity box, and I certainly regret that our capacity box is probably running at about 111%, and we have no room to do even what's in there even before strategic planning. And I think in the future, CAO's comments are excellent. It's an election year, and there'll be some new members. But I think these two things have to stay on the list, understanding there's no capacity at this moment, which is a simple way of saying it's not going to happen, and I understand that. My question relates to, I was at the LGLA conference on a Friday, January 25, 2019. That's the first time I met Mr. Ron Matuzzi, who was doing a workshop called Planning 101. I thought he was impressive. He spoke to some of these issues, and he talked about how much can be accomplished with good planning. And I don't know if staff have given any consideration, but I heard the $140,000 for the housing study, which in my opinion was poorly done, poorly delivered, and no fault of staff. I understand there were political limits and from the provincial funding, and there may have been protocols that could have been better when it came to communication with public and with others. So I thought that was poorly done for $140,000. We still have a lot of need when it comes to housing. This was discussed thoroughly at strategic planning. But the question I have is, $140,000 is a lot of money. Any thought to consultants you might be able to engage? And, Ron Matuzzi comes to mind just because I've met him and heard him speak. I'm sure there are others. But this may be one of those areas that before the fall comes, we can get we won't get the job done, I get that, but maybe we could get some feedback before that time and some suggestions, some recommendations, because it would be nice to take a small step forward, even if it was a thought process on how to get it done, not this year because it's impossible, but maybe in a future year. So that's my question, and thank you very much.
Mr. Noel, do you have a comeback on that?
No, excellent suggestions, Mr. Chair. We should do some advanced work on these issues. We definitely will keep them on the list, and we'll advise the 2022 board really of the history on where we're coming from. I know we're working already on a program for orientation and planning after the election in 2022. And we definitely will try and provide that sort of detailed information required to make good decisions on what the priorities will be for the next term.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll. Any other comments, questions?
Director Holmes?
Director Holmes, please.
Thank you. So yeah, just my question is, if you do one of these regional plans or strategies at a later date, is it then later incorporated into the regional growth strategy, or is it then becomes a standalone strategy or plan? And so what's, I'm trying to understand what is the difference in the end, whether you do it as part of a larger RGS review or if you do them separately.
Mr. Knoll?
I'll refer the mechanisms of it to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Garish.
Sure, thank you. So, I mean, I suppose it all depends on the nature of the strategy that we undertake and the recommendations that come out of it. And it could be that the strategy recommends changes to the RGS specifically. If it's a regional project in which the regional district and member municipalities are participating, and we've seen this before with some of our ag area plans, it might recommend consistent policies and approaches be incorporated into the official community plans for each respective community. And again, depending on the scope of the project, you might actually get down into the level of zoning bylaws or development permits or other similar mechanisms that the member municipalities and electoral areas have. And again, recommending a coordinated approach to how those are applied. So, I mean, I don't want to prejudge what might come out of one of these strategies, but that's some of the recommendations that might be there.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any other comments or questions?
Did I get an answer?
Yes, you got something.
Seeing none, the question's been seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving on, we've got 5 minutes. Let's see if we can deal with the hazardous land review, floods and fire. Please, Mr. Knoll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this was another issue that came out of our strategic planning workshop, but it has an impact on an official community plan, not the regional growth strategy. So we separated it out, but it's the same discussion. So Mr. Garish could present on that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, thank you. So again, in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. I mean, further to many of the same points I just raised on the previous discussion, we simply don't have the capacity within the department at the moment. We do feel that this has, a look at our regional hazards, particularly flood management, has a lot of merit. As the board probably noticed with the first discussion item in committee today, the draft zoning bylaw is relying on floodplain maps that were prepared by the province in the 1980s and 1990s. We are aware the OBWB has new mapping. We would like to include that in our zoning bylaws, update the regulations to reflect it. But again, just simple capacity and budgeting issues, we just can't get it done this year unless something's taking off the list. So obviously we'll take direction from the board on that, but our preference is that it be deferred for consideration next year or in 2024 so that we can complete some of the projects we currently have in process.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any comments or questions on this item? Seeing none. Director Coyne?
I know this isn't part of our thing over here, but the floodplain mapping thing is pretty front and center over here these days. And I think that is something that we really need to concentrate on. That's a multi-million-dollar issue over here these days. So I think that's something we really need to keep in the forefront going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, anyone care to make the administrative recommendation? Director Gettins, is there a seconder? I'll second that. Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you kindly. I apologize to the board for my inexperience causing some confusion earlier. I will get better, I promise. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Second, Director Trainer, Director Santos, all in favor? We're adjourned. Back to Chair Pendergraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Knodel. That moves us to Environment and Infrastructure, which is Chair Gettens on this one, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will call the meeting to order right at 10:58. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Thank you, Seconder. Thank you very much. All in favor? Any opposed? Fantastic. We have a delegation. I just wanted to see, I think the delegation's on there, so that's great. So I'm going to just pass this over to CAO to introduce the Okanagan Basin Water Board.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're always pleased to see Dr. Warwick Sears before our committee, and it has been a while. So looking forward to hearing that. Anna has some, I think some voting policy issues that she wants to discuss with committee right now, but I'm sure she'd be happy to give further updates as well. We've got lots of time on this committee, Madam Chair, because our subsequent presenters have withdrawn. So I would say we'll turn this over to Dr. Warwick Sears, and she can take as much time as she wants.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. It's great to see you all, and thank you for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk about a very narrow issue, but I'm happy to answer questions about anything else that the OBWB is working on if those come up as well. So I provided a memo, which I'm going to assume that you all received in your agenda package. And I would like to start with just a summary. Can everybody hear me okay? We're good? Okay.
Yeah.
So the Water Board was established in 1970 as a partnership of the 3 regional districts. So that happened, the province did it under provincial legislation. It's called the Municipalities Enabling and Validating Act, and it allowed the regional districts to work together. So when you think about our governance, the kind of the platform is that basic provincial legislation, which is under the supplementary letters patent to the regional districts. So above the provincial legislation, then we have the regional district resolutions. And then above that, there are resolutions and policy that the board makes. So it's layered or nested. When the Water Board was first established, all the directors were from appointed by the regional districts. So we had 9 total directors, 3 from each of the 3 regional districts. And the board was given quite a broad mandate to work on a lot of different types of water issues related to things that cross jurisdictional boundaries. For a long time, the board, for various reasons lost to history, was focused on milfoil and sewage grants for sewage infrastructure. But in 2003, with the fires and also with a bunch of studies that were coming out about the impact of climate change, communities came to the Water Board and asked to go back to the original mandate and look at a broader set of issues. And out of that came something called the Proposal to Enhance the Effectiveness of the OBWB. And part of that proposal was to appoint 3 external directors, one from the Water Supply Association of BC, one from the Okanagan Water Stewardship Council, which is an advisory body to the OBWB, formally established, And the third would be a representative from the Okanagan Nation Alliance. In that proposal, that was written by the OBWB, it said that those 3 external positions would be limited. They could vote on everything except for financial decisions. So it would be contracts, budget, grants, essentially. So that was back in 2005 that those resolutions were made by the regional districts, and then a letter was sent to the province asking that those 3 new positions be added. So those were added by the province. So we, at that level, at the very fundamental level, those were formally added to the board, and now they're permanent positions of the board. The letter that went to the province made no mention of limiting voting powers, and so that wasn't included. But the OBWB, just because this was what was in the original proposal that the regional districts voted on, they maintain that restriction. So when I arrived at the OBWB in 2006, this was already in place. Fast forward ahead to 2021, we've been having more and more engagement and partnerships with the Okanagan Nation Alliance, working on a lot of different projects together, including the flood maps and environmental flow studies. They're doing a lot of the stream flow monitoring with us, just a lot of different overlapping interests. And in the spring of 2021, Chief Chris Derrickson, who is the ONA rep to the board right now, one of his staff people, met with me and our chair, Sue McCourthoff, and our vice chair, Cindy Fortin from the District of Peachland. And we had a long discussion about different ways that we could enhance the partnerships and the working together between the Okanagan Nation and the Okanagan Basin Water Board. So one of the things that arose was this limitation on voting powers, and they were very curious about that. And the outcome of that meeting was a memo that went to the Chief's Executive Council and to the Water Board asking for some changes. They range from having a working group to talk about how we can work together better under this new reconciliation policies of the province, enhancing other co-led partnerships, and then also doing more education for the board and for the staff. But then the final one was finding out if they could remove this voting powers restriction because of it's in some ways it's symbolic because it's one position. It would be one voting position, and there's still 9 regional district positions, but it's in recognition that the ONA representatives are elected officials that are representing communities in the Okanagan. They have a standing, if you will, and that it seems right within the spirit of reconciliation to have them be at the same level as the regional district representatives rather than being at lower status like the other external directors. So in order to make this change, we have to have resolutions of support from the 3 regional districts. I have a resolution in this memo that was, the basic structure of it was written, I had a more confusing way of saying this, and the CAO of the Central Okanagan Regional District, Brian Reardon, he wrote it in a way that he thought would be clearer and more standard that could be adopted by all 3 regional districts. So at this point, Central Okanagan adopted this last week, and the Regional District of North Okanagan adopted this yesterday. So if RDOS is fine with this motion and moves ahead with it, then this will become OBWB policy that the Okanagan Nation Alliance representatives will be allowed to vote on all matters, including financial decisions. So that's the request that we're bringing to you today, is to undo the request that we made in 2005 with respect to this element and make the ONA rep the equivalent to the regional district representatives. So that's my request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was a very good explanation of where we are. I'm going to go to the board. Are there any questions or comments, please? Thank you. Sorry, I'm just looking here. Director McCordoff, please, and then over to Director Robb.
Thank you very much. As the board chair of OBWB and as a member of RDOS, I'm certainly very much in favor of moving forward with this motion. And I just want to thank Dr. Sears for bringing it and explaining it well. So I would move that motion. If that is inappropriate for now, I will wait and move it later. Thank you.
Nope, I think that's fine. If there's a seconder, we could put the motion on the floor. Thank you, Director Roberts. I'll take you as a seconder and also just go to you for comment.
Thank you, and to the chair. And just to follow up on Director McCordoff's statement, because that's exactly what I was going to say. So thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions?
We've got Director Obrick in the boardroom as well.
Okay, and sorry, go ahead, Director Bush, and then Director Obrick.
Yes, thanks. I would just like to ask if the ONA would be paying towards the OBWB like the rest of the regional districts are.
Thank you, Director Bush. Over to you, Dr. Warwick.
At the current time, this came up in the discussion at the OBWB meeting in July when this resolution was passed. And at the current time, because of the way the laws that bind the First Nations bands, they don't have the same financial structure as the local government. So it's not actually possible for them to contribute to the OBWB in the same way. That being said, the biggest issue with the financial contributions is those contributions that get turned around into grants, like the major infrastructure grants. So at this time, the Okanagan Nation Alliance is not eligible for those grants. So this doesn't have anything to do with that aspect. When I put this question to the staff at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and they said that, that could be taken up later. If the Okanagan Nation Alliance member communities wanted to make that change, we could look into it in the future, but doesn't really affect this.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up, Director Bush? Oh, great, thank you. Director Obrick, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I just wanted to say, echoing previous remarks to Dr. Warwick Sears, excellent report. So appreciated the way you gave the update. But I want to add, just very, very impressive, good work by the OBWB to be building this relationship and the motion recommended. I just support it strongly and just want to say thank you. I think it's real important, and I think it's a real positive step. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. This might be a question that might not be the right place. People might not know, but I'm wondering in regards to the ONA, if some of the bans, for instance, we know that it has happened, and I don't know if it's still standing, step away from the ONA, we can end up with a lack of representation of those bands that are in our waterways. I was just wondering whether or not that is part of a consideration, or is it just the ONA operating as a, as it is? It's just a question in regards to when bands decide to be in or out of the ONA, if that causes any cause and effect towards their ability to speak to these issues.
Dr. Warwick Sears?
Yeah, I hadn't ever considered that. The Okanagan Nation Alliance right now is the Chiefs Executive Council that includes I believe, 7 or 8 different band structures, including the Colville Confederated Tribes. The ones that we work with are the ones that are in the Okanagan Valley proper. So Osoyoos Indian Band, Penticton Indian Band, West Bank First Nation, and the Okanagan Indian Band. It's not to say that we haven't had ways that we've interacted with, for example, the Lower Similkameen Band, but I've never heard that there was contemplation of one of those bands stepping away from the Okanagan Nation Alliance. I think what we're talking about is that legal structure that they have of the 7 bands working together, kind of analogous to the Okanagan Basin Water Board, where you have 3 regional districts that are working together. Yeah, we haven't contemplated that, but I'm sure that if one of the bands exited the Okanagan Nation Alliance, it would be a pretty big deal, and that there would be a lot of legal ramifications that would come from it. So I think that could be taken up later. The way that it exists right now, like it takes a lot of effort for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to change our supplementary letters patent. And when they added that seat, the Okanagan Nation Alliance seat, it's kind of permanent as long as the OBWB is there, unless we went back and had a change in the order in council to have it changed from the ONA as an organization to some other entities. So right now we're sort of wedded to having an ONA seat. The question is just, what those powers of that seat have.
Thank you. Director Roberts, is there a follow-up? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So we do have a motion on the floor. So I'll call the question. Do we need it to be read out, or are we all good? Good? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you. So we have about 45 minutes. So I'm going to go over to you, CAO. Anything else we should be discussing right now?
Not that we had planned on the agenda for the committee, Madam Chair, unless Anna wanted to elaborate on what the plans are for OBWB for the next 5 or 10 years.
Sure. Impromptu, spur of the moment update. It was interesting to just hear what you were saying about flooding a few minutes ago in the last session. I just came out of a meeting that we had with staff talking about the flood maps and the flood map website and the need to simplify it to make it a little less technical, a little more accessible for the public. And at the meeting with RDNO last night, there was also quite a bit of discussion about the floods in the Fraser Valley in November and the implications that those are going to have for communities across BC, and everything that happened in Princeton and Merritt. It's very, very significant. What I see as one of the most important issues for the OBWB and all of Okanagan communities to work on in the next 5 to 10 years is this issue that has to do with the management of Okanagan Lake at the Penticton Dam and the raising of the lowering of the lake. It's a natural lake, so there's only whatever it is, 3 meters or something that is within its operating range. But how that lake is managed makes a huge difference, not only for whether it floods on Okanagan Lake, but also, the force of the flows that come down the Okanagan River Channel and how that affects the level of Skaha Lake and Vaso Lake and Osoyoos Lake. So there is some flexibility. If you talk to Sean Reimer, who runs that dam, he says, I don't manage the Okanagan Lake level, I influence it, because like in 2017, the water that was coming down off the mountains was about 5 times as much as he could even release at max releases in the dam in Penticton. So when we developed these flood maps, the level of flooding expected at mid-century was just under the existing operating conditions was much too frequent. It's like we get the same level of floods as 2017 every 20 years or something, right? So it was when they created those flood maps and the recommended flood construction levels, they said, okay, let's just assume that the province changes its operating plan. And so they assumed that the province would draw the lake down in the fall to make room for more runoff. But the province hasn't actually changed its operating plan. It's not legally allowed to do that yet. So it's still working on the old operating plan, which still puts us in trouble in mid-century for frequent extreme flooding. So what the OBWB is advocating for is a major push to reevaluate how the lake is being operated. And it's not a trivial thing, because if you draw down the lake in the fall and then we don't get a big snowpack, then the lake is already at a deficit going into freshet and may not refill sufficiently, which puts us at risk of water shortages. So it's looking at the relative risks of floods and water shortages, and then looking at the way that that affects the stream flows in the river and how it affects the fisheries. So if there's not enough water in the lake and the flows are very low down the river channel, then that will kill migrating sockeye and chinook and, you know, cause a lot of problems for the irrigators and people down the river channel. If the operator does not draw down the lake and there's way too much water in the spring, then they'll have these punishingly high levels of flows, which will also cause problems for the fish and for the people who are living downstream. So it's having to find a new balance based on the fact that we're experiencing climate change and really different weather regimes. So this is, we've come up with a plan of study. We've started doing some of the necessary work. The province has come to the table with some very limited amounts of funds, but we're looking for other federal funding and things like that to help support that evaluation. So that's kind of like this big holistic, we have a problem here, we have to deal with it, and we have to deal with it soon, because mid-century is not very far away. And it's likely that the dam will need to be augmented so that it's higher and can hold more flows. Work might need to be done to the river channel. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to accommodate changes made, and a lot of people have to come to the table, because everybody in the valley is going to be affected. They'll be affected by the changes that are made, and they'll be certainly affected if no changes are made. So
thank you. That is really well done for on the spur of the moment there. Mr. Newell.
Just while we're on the subject of flooding, we have had from time to time some interest expressed from our jurisdictions in the Similkameen. And I'm not sure what your legislation looks like, Anna, whether there's actually a geographic area attached to it, or because the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen is a member, that would be an internal discussion for our board to have, or how that would evidence itself.
Yeah, so the way that our legislation is it's actually the height of land for the Okanagan watershed itself. So that cuts off a bunch of the North Okanagan and a bunch of, well, basically the Similkameen. Unfortunately, in many ways, because of the way that they're joined, we have been able to do some work in recent years through the International Joint Commission. Director McCourthoff and I are both sitting on the board of the Osoyoos Lake Board of Control. So that's under the IJC, and through their federal, joint US-Canada federal funding, we're able to get them to do a study on floods and just climate change effects on the flows of the Similkameen River. And now this year, they're starting another study that looks at that place where the Okanagan and the Similkameen Rivers join down in Washington State, and how the effects of climate change on one affect the flows in the other, and whether or not it has a backwater effect, or maybe the combined water shortages and low flows. So we're looking at the combined system where it joins in the US. So hopefully, things like that will be benefiting the Similkameen as well as the Okanagan. But I'm, very interested in, partnering with the communities in the Similkameen as we can to look at that kind of joint work.
Thank you. Susan, I'm going to go to Director Holmes, and I'll go to Director Vasilaki. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
I just want to ask a question about the plan of study for the Okanagan Lake, and will it be looking at the role of dams in the watershed, and the role they have for holding back water for when the lake needs it, and and whether we should be reinforcing those dams, making them larger. Right now, we're talking, there's talk about decommissioning certain dams because that they cost money to maintain, and if we don't really need them for our own water supply, why have them? But if they are needed for lake management, maybe we should be making them bigger, right? And so that's kind of a difficult one. And who's going to pay for all that if it's for the greater good rather than just for the local good?
Good question.
Yeah, it's tricky because it depends really on where those dams are and what's downstream of them. There's been a fair amount of conversation and a little bit of work that's been done already on that question. So bottom line, the two biggest dams that need to be looked at are the Okanagan Dam at Penticton and then the outlet of Kalmalka Lake. Both of them need work. The question of upper elevation reservoirs being able to hold back water, the big problem is they may not be big enough. That area may not be big enough to make a meaningful difference. So in a wet year, for the most part, the reservoirs are pretty full already, the ones that are there. You could build them higher, but that incremental amount of water that they would be holding back would just be a small amount compared to the amount that's flowing down off of the hills into Okanagan Lake. So what I've heard, the benefit of it is that having higher dams that have a bigger water holding capacity, what they can do is shave the peak flows off the water that's running down through the streams. So they can make, instead of having periods of very high flows, they can, just even it out. And the benefit of that is to reduce flooding along the creeks going through many of our municipalities. Penticton, Vernon, Kelowna, there's creeks running through all of our communities. And so they could certainly help with flooding that way. But in terms of reducing the intense amount of water collecting in Okanagan Lake, they're not going to have a huge impact because Okanagan Lake's so big and the watershed that's feeding it is so big. But it's definitely something that needs to be looked at for the benefits in those locations. The other thing I know is that there's the issues below Penticton are different from the issues above Penticton. So there's a lot of unregulated streams that come down into the Okanagan River. This was an issue with the flooding in 2018. And I'm not sure what the capacity of the watershed is at the southern end to reduce some of those flows, but that would be another thing that would be good to look at.
Thank you so much. Is there a Director Holmes?
No, it's good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Vasilaki, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, Anna, today. I learned a few things. I was on the board for a while, a few years back, and I learned a lot when I was there, but I'm learning more every day. And the question I have for you, Penticton, in this conversation is the city that comes up all the time, and the flooding and all the other issues that we have with Okanagan Lake. What kind of proactive work can our city staff, and our city staff can have with your staff at the OBWB in order to try to alleviate the problems that we're having year after year after year? As you know, it's never too early to plan for these situations, because they happen a lot, and a lot of people lose their property, and many millions of dollars are being spent to fix things because we're not proactive to begin with. We're always what's the opposite of reactive? That's the word, instead of proactive. So how can we get together, and how soon can we get together to try to work out some of this issues so we don't have the problems that we're continuously having year after year?
Yeah, I recently met, I believe her title is infrastructure manager, Kristen. That she was, I guess she was hired and then went on maternity leave and recently came back. So she contacted us to talk about the flood studies, and there's some other new staff that are working with her, and they're specifically looking at the flood maps at the recommended flood construction levels. And a flood construction level is how much higher do you recommend building new construction that is out of the floodway. And I think my impression talking to her is that they're interested in looking at all of it, like what needs to be done along the lakeshore, what could be done to protect places like, I think it's called the Red-winged Blackbird subdivision right there, by Okanagan Lake. And I mean, it's very complex, right? In any community, you have the channel that's running right down through Penticton. There's neighborhoods that are on the west side of that channel, and you know, the golf course. How do you take all those things into account? We have really good mapping right now for all that area along the lakeshore, and I think my impression is that they're just really starting to dig their teeth into it, and they've said that they want to be actively working on it. So I feel like your city staff are taking it very seriously, and we're giving them all of the support that we can with any additional information that we're getting. Recently, we did a bathymetry study, which is like you're looking at underneath the water. What's the slope of the land underneath the water? And we did that. Well, we did it for the whole of Okanagan Lake, but what that will do is will help people get a better estimate of how big the waves are and how that's going to affect the Penticton foreshore on Okanagan Lake, things like that. So we keep gathering more information and trying to get it out to the local government, to the engineering community, and then people are incorporating it. It's funny, you know, it's been 5 years since 2017, but it's only recently like that these changes are starting to be made. Like, I don't think anybody has changed their floodplain zoning bylaw yet. Everybody's just kind of still working up to it because they want to do it very steadily. What we're trying to encourage is that all the Okanagan local governments who are affected by flooding be approaching things the same way, using the same base of data, making the same assumptions about what the flood levels are going to be, how climate change is going to affect it. But I feel like Penticton right now is on track with other communities that we've talked to. So I don't know how you can ever be totally prepared. You look at devastation in the Fraser Valley and how unprepared those communities were. And we can never be 100% prepared, but I feel like as a watershed, as a valley, we're all steadily moving in the right direction. The question is, how quickly can we get there?
Thank you. Dr. Vasilaki, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Anna. That was a great answer. And I knew our staff were looking into it, but I didn't know how deep they were in it. My second question is, a lot of folks in the southern part of Penticton and some politicians are always bringing up the fact that we should use that dam on Okanagan Lake to produce electrical power. Now, in your professional opinion, is it possible, and is it going to harm the water flow and all the other things that depend on Okanagan Lake for the water to go downstream? In other words, to go down south. I want a professional to give me their opinion, because I keep hearing it all the time and I can't get it off the books. So if you can enlighten me, it'll be great. Thank you very much.
I have to, full disclosure here, I'm actually a biologist. So I'm not an electrical engineer, but I know that when people are talking about putting in hydroelectric, they have to look at the force of the water and what do they call it, the head through the dam. So I'm not actually sure how much hydroelectricity you could get off of Penticton Dam. I know there is only one hydroelectric station in the Okanagan that of any size, and that is the District of Lake Country has a small generating plant that comes off of their drinking water reservoir as it's flowing downhill to their drinking water treatment plant. So there is enough force in there because it's coming right down off the mountain that they've put in a generator, and they produce enough electricity to run their drinking water treatment and a little bit of others. So it's not a huge amount of electricity, but there are other people who could answer the question about that Okanagan Dam better than I could. There is a lot of technology that's going into those run-of-the-river systems now, but yeah, I'm afraid I have to punt on that one.
Thank you. That was a great answer as well. I'm just going to go back to the board and just make sure that there aren't any other questions. I'm just thinking, Director Vasilaki, that's a leftover hand. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing ideas and all the work that you're doing, especially developing those relationships. So thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you.
If there's no further...
I just want to say thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be able to give you a little impromptu update as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Thank you. If there's no other further business, just checking, no, I will look for a motion to adjourn the meeting, please. Thank you. Seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? And I will hand this back over to the chair.
Hey, thank you, Director Gettens. Job well done. I guess we are ahead of schedule here, and that gives us two options. We can either break for lunch early and then go on to the corporate services, or we could start corporate services now and then stop it halfway through. So I'm kind of leaning towards breaking for lunch now. I think that makes more sense. And then we'll just start corporate services at, what time is it here now? 11:37. So let's say at 12:10 or whatever it is, then we'll start corporate services. So we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
rest of it did not get anything. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I think we just had a little technical glitch there. We couldn't speak or see anybody, but I think we're okay. Can anybody hear me now? Perfect. Okay, we will get started with the Corporate Services Committee meeting. We have an agenda proposed before us. Is there anybody wanting to move the agenda, please? Mover, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. First item on the agenda, which is actually a carryover from our last meeting, is fees and charges bylaw, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just before we start, I did want to assure our committee that even though we haven't had them on the agenda yet, we have a number of items that you've discussed in the past that we are intending to bring back. We just haven't had time on the agendas yet. So that good discussion that you had about staff retention back at the legislative workshop back in November. Ms. Morgan is just finalizing your report on that. And so that'll be coming back for discussion. We know that we need to do sort of a review of sort of the WebEx platform and eScribe just to get everybody more comfortable with it, a refresher on that. And then the federal census just started to roll out, and there was some interesting information on that for the Okanagan-Similkameen. It's still at a preliminary stage, and we still wait for the provincial census to come out. Difference being that the federal census doesn't include Indigenous populations into the census for our area. They separate them, whereas the province does. But some interesting prognosis on what that will, the effect that will have on our board. So those are on the list. Now, the one that we had referred from last meeting on fees and charges, we have two collateral processes happening at the same time. One is budget, which you're well into, and Mr. Sfino is going to update you on shortly. And then the other is everything that's in budget as far as a fee or a charge, we set out into our fees and charges bylaw. And so usually when our managers start preparing their budgets, anything that they're going to change needs to go in that bylaw. So that comes along with it, and that's what we're at now. And I'm hoping that all of our managers are online so that any changes on the fees and charges bylaw, if you have questions on, we can give you a detailed report because second reading of the budget is coming on later in the day. So I mean, the report is pretty descriptive, Mr. Chair. We've got those fee changes under planning development. A lot of those were brought forward last fall and are just now getting entrenched in the bylaw. But then there are some other things, like typically our solid waste and our utility fees are areas that we have to keep up with in order to make sure that we can provide good service under those. And then there are some others that some of the members may have as far as like parks and recreation as to why we need to change fees. So I think what I'll do, Mr. Chair, is just turn it back to you and we can open for questions and then get the people that know what they're talking about to give answers on those.
Thank you, CAO. We did have some discussion on this at the last meeting, but run out of time to deal with it completely. So if there is any other questions that the board has, please raise your hand or wave at me if I'm not catching your hand on the screen. Gosh. I'll go to Director Obrick. Please, go ahead.
I'm just while I have the chance, and thank you to the chair. The question I had last meeting was with respect to the change in fees for those events in the park. I'm trying to find it now. I remember it was
Page 38.
Thank you so much, because I can't find it. 38. Is that 38 of 109?
Of the document.
38 of the document, so I'm on page 32. Yeah, I think it might still be there is my question. So it's full day 400, half day 250. I was just looking for curiosity on what that really was about, because this could be another example of us putting a lot of onerous costs on people who want to have a picnic in the park, or a birthday party, or a team event, you know, a soccer team or somebody, a baseball team, or even a family birthday. I don't know what is in mind there. We certainly have weddings, which is a separate category, and I understand sports tourism like Ironman and how that's a really big deal, so that's different. But I just was curious, what is that? Do we even need it? And if we don't, can we eliminate it? Because I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish. I don't know that we're going to hire bylaw staff to enforce it. I don't know that we want to enforce that. I don't know what the idea is. And so I'm just curious to understand better why it's there.
Okay, CAO, or should I go to Ms. Molden?
I think we'd go right to Mr. Woods on that one, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Woods, are you available? Go ahead, please.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I missed the very first part of that. I was just on the telephone. But if I'm hearing that correctly, the question is whether or not or why we're setting a certain rate for the booking of certain facilities. We have really what we're trying to do is look at if a group wants exclusivity to a site or a space, they're able to book it and actually pay that fee. But other than that, really all of our facilities are wide open for use. We have people that come and go and use those facilities at their own schedule and leisure. It's more of a exclusivity situation where if they want it booked for a certain time for a certain purpose, that's how they go about doing it. I hope that addressed the question.
I have a follow-up question, but yes, it was very, very helpful. The follow-up, by way of example, and I'm not sure if this is what would be captured, but thank you very much. That answer was excellent in terms of helping me understand. In terms of an example, we have in OK Falls, the Okanagan Falls Winery Association. And I could imagine an event where they're private property owners, they pay taxes already. They may want to put an event in the park, an event that might even be supported by local community, business, tourism, benefits, but just community members at large may really enjoy that kind of an event. And they can get all the necessary licensing and permitting. But is that the kind of event you're thinking would be caught, that they would want to take an area, they might even put up fencing to separate that use from the rest of the beach and park? I'm just curious, what kind of event do you foresee that would fall under that private event type of, and what's the distinction to a special event? What's the distinction? I don't quite follow what the difference would be. I understand you're making available something, but what kind of event would that include?
Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's a good example that was just provided. So, there's certainly further details we could provide on quote unquote special events. The special events are typically going to be one of those larger community-based or special interest group, private group. Smaller scale events might include something like a wedding, family reunion, where again, somebody wants to ensure they've got a certain square footage of a park space or the gazebo or some space dedicated for their time and event. Again, larger scale, big community-based events, we're going to see a lot of advertising around that. If there's tickets sold, sometimes we see wineries run events, but these are all just varying degrees of exclusivity that we would be looking at.
Okay, and then further follow-up, I still don't understand the distinction, because a wedding, $75, a special event, $50 for a half day, $75 for a full day. Then we have something different called a private event, $250 for a half day, $400 for a full day. You know, if I was calling to book an event, I think I'd call mine a special event or a wedding, and I wouldn't want to call it a private event. What's the difference? I don't understand the difference still.
Yeah, no, I'd need to come back with very specific lines of text for you on that. I don't have it at my disposal, but we can certainly come back and get into, you know, bigger details. I know when staff ran through this, they went to other jurisdictions to get comparables, trying to make it fair and equitable. We just had a conversation about vendors in the parks. We know in some of the more urban built up areas where there's a higher degree of competition, the cost is higher. In the more rural areas, we put the cost at a lower amount, but we try to be consistent with other locations up and down the valley. But I could certainly come back with further details on that, Chair.
Okay, and then final question, the rate, because, you know, if the rate's the same as a special event, 50 for a half day, 75 for a full day, then I think the distinction becomes less relevant. But it, you know, I don't know what the thinking is, but a lot of these users are already paying for these parks in their taxes. Even if you're renting, you're paying the taxes. So, you know, you pay once, you know, is it fair to pay twice? And, you know, do we want to provide amenity and community development, or do we want to prohibit and limit and discourage these events? And if we want to, maybe we need a higher fee, because I'll tell you, 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000, we'd be successful discouraging community events, private events, special events. I'm not sure that's the direction we want to go. So that's the final question. Some understanding on why we want to charge so much more for a private event. What's the thinking? And maybe we rethink that. I know we don't have time probably before third reading, or maybe we do. Thank you.
Mr. Woods, can you give some more clarification there, or do you need to come back to us later on that?
I see the CAO has his hand up, but I'll just add, usually with the higher degree is the involvement of time. Like, we go through a booking process, there's usually an onboarding. If it's a larger scale event, it has more staff time associated with it. So, you know, as a rule, those fees are going to go up in relation to that as well.
Okay, CAO?
What I was going to suggest, Mr. Chair, is I think the fee is attached to the exclusivity. So in order to trigger us to book a specific facility for a group, we need a trigger. So that would be the application and the fee arrangement. Other than that, I think it's pretty arbitrary. I think, you know, we could set those at whatever you wanted. It's really about, and I'm not sure really how much, what the quantum is on these. I don't think we get a lot of park bookings myself, but I think at that point, it's just about establishing a fee so we can set the budget. And we include the estimates for that revenue into the budget, and it will show at the end of the year as to whether we got it or not. But I think it is strictly arbitrary as far as this goes.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Director Kazakovich and then Director Bush. I see your hands are up.
Great, thank you, Chair. My recollection on this, because the Narromata Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed fees a while back and definitely wanted a fee attached, that many of the folks booking the parks aren't taxpayers. They're out-of-town folks booking a wedding or a family reunion type event. But I believe that the difference was a special event or an event that was booked by a group but allowed community access was one thing. A private event is a booking where it's not allowing community access. It might be a wedding and you're using a portion of the park that isn't open to the community. But ultimately what the commission wanted is this is not a moneymaker. It was to break even, because these events often caused some sort of damage to the lawn, or it required our parks contractor to go out and provide access to electricity and then close that off, or provide other services, put out extra chairs and tables. So it was simply to recover costs, whatever the event was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Bush?
Yeah, so under Public Works, I see that tires with rims have changed from 10 to 4 per day, and I don't understand the rationality for that. If you have 10 tires with rims that you want to get rid of, now you'd have to make 3 trips to the landfill, and I don't understand why limiting it to 4 would be a good thing. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't happen very often when people have any rims with tires to go there, but if you have to, they got to go at one point or another, so why not be able to just do it in 1 trip rather than 3 trips?
Can you point us to who may answer that, CAO?
I'm wondering if we should finish the parks discussion first, Mr. Chair. I wasn't quite sure where we were going on that.
I think on the parks one, it's just a matter of some more information from Mr. Woods at a later date. So, unless there's some more questions on the parks, we'll move forward.
Then other than that, Mr. Chair, it would be Mr. Reader that would respond on solid waste.
Okay. Is Mr. Reader available? Okay, I see him on there. Please go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. So it's actually 4 loads a day, not 4 tires. So what we're getting issues with is folks bringing in quite a few tires, and then we're getting unsafe loads. So that's basically the reason for it. So if we get these tire companies coming in, or others that are bringing, I think it was previously 10 loads a day, that was the issue. It's not limited to 4 tires. It's limited to 4 loads, I believe, is the issue.
Okay, big difference. Thank you for the clarification there. Any further questions or discussion on any of these fees and charges? Seeing no hands, is someone willing to move the motion to give this first reading? We can always deal with some of these other things later. Director Gettins, please. Go ahead. Are you making the motion? Okay, seconded. Thank you, Director Santes. Any other discussion before we call the question? Seeing none, I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Second item is the 5-year financial plans. Or plan, I'll go to CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Safino has a presentation on this. We have the budget on for second reading under the board, and we have a significant number of amendments at second reading. So what I wanted Mr. Safino to do was run through those at committee, and then if we can get sort of a heads up if anybody disagrees with, I think most of the amendments have come from the directors, although we have been out to the public and staff as well. But I think what we'll get is a run through on the amendments being proposed that we would then entrench into the budget at second reading later on today.
Okay, so I'll go to Director, Mr. Safino. Please go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, directors. As the CEO stated, what we're looking here is the board approval for the amendments that were asked or requested by either directors or the staff after first reading. So with this, if the board looks at this and decides that they're all accepted, I do have a potential tax requisition. So with that, I've got a short PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Is this up on the screen?
It is. We can see it.
All right. So far, success.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so as I stated earlier, these are amendments requested that the board consider. Your Schedule D1 of the budget, which just for information's sake is 819 pages long, and that excludes all the business plans for capital and FTE requests. So these amendments, as stated, they have been requested by the board from the last meeting or the directors and staff. This is the first requisition as at first reading. So I wanted to show what it was before the amendments, and until the board approves those amendments, this is what the official tax requisition is. If the board considers the 23 amendments, this is what the tax requisition would look like. And there are 2 additional requisitions or requests regarding RDOS studies that actually total over $600,000, and that's item number 24 and 25. And this is what the requisition study would look like if those are approved. So it's important that you see the consequences of what happens with those requests. So with that, I've got them split up in sections of 4. What the majority of these requests are is the use of surplus or reserves that really didn't have a home to help reduce the tax requisitions for specific areas. So I've stated if it's director requested it or if the staff requested it. Number 1, for instance, is asking to transfer additional reserves that were surplus to help reduce the tax requisition. Number 2 is essentially the same thing, the use of reserves to reduce the requisitions. I would ask the board if you want me to read out each one of these, or do you want to look at them and then make the decision one at a time or a group? So I'll ask that first.
Is there a preference from the board? Maybe want to go through them in the groups of 4 and then.
Okay, I'll just continue. Number 3 is affecting subdivision services. It's use of reserves to reduce the tax requisition once again. And number 4 is emergency program study. That was requested, I believe, at one of the board meetings to review and determine what the cost is. Staff came back and that was entered into the budget, and $60,000 was the budget.
Okay. Any questions or concerns on these first 4 from the board? I see a hand there from Director Gettens. Please go ahead, Director Gettens. Or is that a leftover hand? I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, hold on. Am I there now?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, sir. I was double muted. The emergency planning. I know that we've talked about this, but can I just get a reminder of what we're looking for there? We're reviewing our emergency program, but what are we reviewing for? Is it gaps in staffing, or is it execution when there is an emergency? I just would like a reminder of what it is that we're looking for, please.
Okay, who can answer that one? Mr.
As I recall, Mr. Chair, the issue was this came up, I believe, at strategic planning, and there was an interest in the regional emergency management program, but also the relationship between the member municipalities and the regional district as to who was providing what and what was included in the regional program, and whether there should be, I think there was an indication of wanting some support for the emergency program coordinators through the regional emergency management program. So I think it's that type of a study. We've reviewed it over the past year internally, but we've never had an independent evaluation done on it. I think that was the intent of it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just as a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Director Gettens.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. I think you did answer this, Dale, but it will be a contractor coming in. It's not for a staff position or existing, like it's going to be from an outside source looking that over.
CAO?
No, the intent would be to hire a consultant.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? I'm seeing no hands, so move on to the next 4. Mr. Savino?
Thank you. So number 5 and 6 are related in that there is a new expense for the trails, and the opposite, number 6, is the funding for that. So it doesn't affect taxes at all for the 2022 budget cycle. Number 7 is emergency call system, and that's it's a tweak, or we found out more information on that contract. So we wanted to be realistically at the end of the year and not over budget. So we added the 6954. I know it seems kind of precise, but that's what we got for the information from the contract. Number 8 and 9 are actually just carry forwards. One of the things that is important to understand is that if there's a commitment made in 1 year and it's an ongoing commitment, and for whatever reason we were invoiced or it wasn't done and it's going to happen again the following year, we will carry that money over. So it flows through the reserve. So it doesn't really affect the taxes. It's just because it was already taxed or user fees in the prior year. If there's any questions on those?
Okay, any questions on these 5 to 9 there? I'm not seeing any hands anywhere.
Thank you. So
go ahead.
Number 10, staff requested that, so again, it's a carry forward where it was taxed in the year. It was commitments that weren't, for whatever reason, not finalized, and the $30,000 and doesn't have any tax consequences because it is a carry forward. It goes through the surplus to reserves, and then it's funded again as an expense. The electoral area H rural projects, that is something that the director requested as a bearware program. The area H again for the $50,000 is a special request for a contribution for the pickleball courts, and that's being funded from gas tax. And there's more than enough funds in gas tax to fund that project.
Okay. Any questions or concerns on these next 4? Again, seeing no hands, move on to the next 4.
The number 14 to 20 is actually is an interesting one. It affects the rural projects. It's a redistribution of funds because of the LNID project not going through. Originally in the budget, as at first reading, there was funds and wages put aside for that project. And when that project was not carried forward, those funds had to be redistributed, but because we had no home for it. So what this does is it reduces number 14 and then it increases the rest of them. So this one here is, again, it's for the LNID project, and they're all related, but it does affect the different electoral areas, with area I being reduced and the rest of them being increased.
Okay. Any questions or concerns on these ones? We've had a chance to look at these in our package. It is in our main budget package, I think, these ones.
Yes, it's under D1.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no hands, move on.
These are additional requests from the director to fund specific projects. They all are gas tax. There is more than enough funds to fund from the gas tax for area H. So
okay.
This is the only change that affects on this one.
Okay, any questions on this? Seeing no hands anywhere, go ahead.
This number 22, this is a redistribution of one of the FTE requests that the board originally saw in the FTE 8 at the first workshop. So it was looked at, recalculated, and to be fair, it redistributed the amounts as you see here. In some cases, electoral areas went up and others went down, but this is more accurate than it was originally. And this one was requested by staff.
this one? Seeing no hands, go to the next one.
And this one here is a use of surplus. So we looked at the surplus. One of the talks about that we discussed at the first reading was the transit being so unreasonably high, and looked at the budget. That it's money that can be used without affecting it in future years. So this 24,000 is essentially a transfer from surplus to reserves and funding the tax requisition for this year. And hopefully with the BC Transit, the operational costs will be more reasonable in the future, but no guarantees.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or concerns on this one? Again, seeing no hands, we'll move on.
So this is a material change and material increase. You do have a separate tax requisition that shows the consequences of accepting these changes. This is something that I believe came from strategic priorities. It was estimated that each project is $150,000. However, it would also require a new staff member for planning. As for the first year would be 64,000, and it jumps to 99,000 the second year because it's anticipated it'd be more than a one-year project. So this is just for your consideration.
Okay, we did discuss this in the previous committee, I believe. And these were the changes under the Planning and Development Committee that we aren't going to do for 2022. Is that correct, CAO?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this is what it would have added to the budget if we had approved those to move forward. So we're not including them at this time.
We removed these from the 2022 business plan, so we would not move these amendments forward.
Yes. Okay, that clarifies that just for sure. Yeah, both of those, 25 and, or 24 and 25.
So what that does is that I'll just go back to the tax requisitions. With that being eliminated, excluding this is what be the tax requisition that you would see in the board meeting. And this is now no longer valid. And it was in your budget package as a separate consequence of saying yes to those items 24 and 25. And with that, go back to questions if there are any.
Okay. Which one did you want to go back to, Director Monti?
The overall budget.
The overall budget? Of the proposed overall budget, including these changes? Could you go to that slide, Mr. Safino? What would be with these changes included? 1 to 23. Yes, that's the one, I think.
This is what.
Okay.
That's correct. If 1 to 23 are accepted, this is where it would be. I just want to emphasize that it's still at second reading, and the directors at any given time can change this. However, if I'm going to take the budget for third reading adoption for next meeting, I would need to have any amendments that the board and directors would like, at least by Friday, so that I've got Saturday, Sunday to finish the budget.
Okay.
It would be due to legislative services by Tuesday.
Okay, good to know. Is there any thoughts or discussion on this by the board? See some hands. Director Knodel, please go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. Mr. Zavino, can you back up to Loose Bay and just refresh me on that one? I think it was number 14.
Okay. $14. Okay, so number 14, you're stating about the 14 of the amendments?
I got the number wrong. That was the Loose Bay issue.
No.
believe East Bay would be 30.
Must have been the other way, more towards the end.
Well, here it is. So it's the 8.4, this one, this correct one?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so this one here is, it was a redistribution, like originally, the, as stated on here, it stated 2,408. Staff actually went to the micro level and said, no, we were over on there by $115. So it actually reduced the wage component of that budget by $115.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Director Roberts, you have your hand up.
Thank you to the chair. I've got a question, and I'm not sure whether or not it ties to part of the RGS plans around food sustainability, et cetera. Also, it's the $50,000 that we put aside for the Summerland program there in regards to food sustainability. And I have a question whether or not that's something that hasn't been put in place or isn't operating at the moment. Is it something that if we have the appetite, can it be moved to 2023 budget as we've kind of like moved everything, or does this have a larger consequence to it? So it's just a question in regards to the $50,000 that we were putting aside in the budget in case the program was to move forward with federal grants.
Who would I go to on that, CAO? Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Well, I can just give you an update, I guess, where we're at, if that might help. It's provincial, it'd be a provincial grant we're looking at, not federal. So the district of Summerland, it did come to Summerland Council, and we do have an organization that we're negotiating with right now for building the facility. And that's agreement in principle is being put in place. We're working on getting the business plan finalized, changing it a bit, and but then it depends on the funding coming through, and that's provincial timing, and your guess is as good as mine. Whether it be this year, next year.
Okay, so it's probably better to have it in than not if it happens to go through this year, but that's always something that the board can consider. Any other questions or discussion on the proposed budget? Amendments, these are. Seeing no hands, do we need a motion then to do anything at this stage here, CAO, because we're going to be dealing with this at the regular board meeting, correct?
It was just to inform committee as to what is coming later this afternoon, Mr. Chair, so no resolution required.
Okay, that's good. Good to know. We will then move on to the next item, which is the SILGA resolutions. And I'll go to yourself, CAO, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So committee is aware that we do have an obligation if we want to put in resolutions to SILGA to have those in by the end of the month. So this is our last meeting prior to the deadline. We discussed on February 3rd about ideas for resolutions that could go forward. And then the intent was that we'd try and put them into the resolution form, check with the director that had been proposing it, and then to come back and make sure that it represents exactly what it was that we wanted to have put onto the floor at SILGA. So we have a number, and I understand then there might be a couple of other suggestions, but we do have some that we should go through in detail, Mr. Chair. So if the members have their reports already, if you would go to Appendix A, and those are the proposed wording for the various resolutions. And if we could, Mr. Chair, we do have our administrative recommendation at the top of this. So There is the one, resolution 1 on the safety and speed mitigation measures on provincial roads. And the key section there is that we wanted the ministry to develop a matrix to determine when they were going to actually maintain or clear them. So I suppose we just open that for questions or comment, Mr. Chair, as to whether that encapsulates what we wanted to say.
Okay, so we're talking about resolution 1.
Yes.
Any discussion on this one? Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, just in the very first whereas, I don't know if we necessarily want to single out speed humps or speed bumps, whatever you go. You know, because I think, you know, when you're talking about school zones, especially, certainly in municipalities, I think everybody's moving away from speed bumps because nobody likes them, and it's just because those what works so much better are those like in front of Carmi School here in Penticton, the speed limits that the flashing that tells you how fast you're going. Those I think those work a lot better, and that's kind of the way. I think it's moving. We're moving more away from those speed bumps to those kind of measures. So I would just say not install whatever measures without specifying exactly which ones you're talking about.
Okay, that's a suggestion. Any further discussion, Director Gettens? Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I was just, I couldn't find the appendix, but I found it. So I was going to ask that. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, we could go on to the next one, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this was proposed by Director Gattens a while ago, and we've now crafted wording. So again, this would be about ride sharing out in the rural areas. So I'd probably just refer to Director Gattens to see if this encapsulates what she wanted to say.
Okay, she has her hand up. Director Gettens, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I think it's a good a way of saying what I wanted to say. And it's not just for rural areas. It's just that the ride sharing has only been permitted within the Lower Mainland, is my understanding. And there's a committee that's supposed to be releasing findings. But if I understood what I read correctly, that it was decided not to allow ride sharing at this time because of the impact on private taxi companies and due to COVID restrictions. So I just wanted to put forward a resolution to say that we are, in fact, in support of having ride sharing in the Okanagan. So that was my intention.
Okay. So does that proposed motion meet that criteria or what you were expecting or asking?
Yep.
Okay,
yes,
perfect.
Thanks.
Any other discussion on it? Seeing no hands, we'll go on to the next, resolution 3. Go ahead, CEO.
This was raised by Director Roberts and concern, actually a few directors, but there was concern that while we've certainly investigated the shortage of general practitioners around the area, that there is also a shortage of specialists, and that they are just as hard or more difficult to recruit than general practitioners. So this was to raise the flag at Silga with regards to that issue. And then there were a couple of specific examples like urologists or dermatologists or psychiatrists that are in very short demand and that we're short of here in the Okanagan-Similkameen. So that is the intent of the resolution, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anybody have questions or thoughts on this one? Director Gettens, I see your hand waving again. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to understand, like when you say the context statement and the last line is a provincial program to address this reoccurring issue would be beneficial, but it should include local government. And I don't know what that means. Like, how are we including local government on this request? And what do you use the context statement for? Like, what's the purpose of that context statement?
It's to provide additional information on the resolution. I think with certainly with UBCM, but I think with SILGA as well, you're only allowed to have a couple of recitals before you put the resolution forward. So this goes to just explaining it further. Director Roberts would have a better idea on this, but the last sentence under the context statement, I think what we wanted was to be at the table when they're developing this program to attract specialists.
Yeah, that was my recollection as well. But any further discussion on this, Director Bauer? And then go ahead, Director Bauer.
Yeah, so to that, the intention, is therefore to, work together with the province, and local government has to be involved as we are now in the Similka means through the various rural health committees. This is already being worked on through larger organizations and MLAs. This is just sort of a extra, tool to make an emphasis through SILGA and later through UBCM to focus ministry on what they already know and what they're already been working at. So I don't think we need to wordsmith here. I think it's pretty clear what we are looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is that a leftover hand, Director Gettins, or a new one? New? Go ahead.
No, I just have a question. So is the intention then to have specialists in rural areas? Like, is that the goal, to get more specialists into the rural areas, or just more specialists into BC?
Would you like me to respond to that, Chair? Or?
Go ahead if you think you can, Director Bauer.
Yeah, so the discussion is, of course, very broad, and we can't sort of tell the province what the best way is to attract, let's say, dermatologists or urologists into certain areas. It will depend on the area. In general, sure. Ideally, it is attract physicians or specialists to BC for sure. One example, for instance, right now, I think there is no dermatologists within the RDOS. There is one urologist within the RDOS. So this is probably a problem that is ubiquitous in BC in the more rural areas, outside of Kelowna, let's say. And so that's where this is going. As I said earlier, discussions are already ongoing with the ministry, with MLA, with rural health organization to pursue this. What the exact solutions are, that will be multifaceted.
Okay. Thank you. Again, any further discussion on this? If seeing no hands, we'll move on to the next one, 5. CAO.
Are we on to 4, Mr. Chair?
I thought we just did 4, didn't we? No.
No.
Yeah. Or did I skip one?
I think we were talking about the specialists. Yeah.
Yes, I did skip one. Go ahead. Resolution 4.
So this is more out of a sense of frustration, I think, where BC Ambulance comes out with policy statements that affect local governments, and they don't include us in the consultation or really in the decision-making process, and then we're left with the impact. So we had a couple of examples. One was a decision that was made a few years ago about ambulance personnel not leaving the roadway. So if there was a vehicle accident and there was a victim down a hillside, that left it up to our volunteer firefighters to be traipsing down, find out what's going on, and then transporting the victim back up to where the ambulance could actually transport them. So that was one. And then Secondly, there's this whole matter about dispatch where the province picks and chooses where they're going to dispatch a volunteer fire department that has first responder capability on a call. And I'm sure that there's more coming down the pipe, but that was the concern here, was that they're making these definitions of what they're going to do without including other participants in the response.
Okay. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any. Oh, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I think CA Newell did a really good job in putting this together, because there's so many different things for a provincial agency as BCEHS that has a cause and effect in regards to their decision-making processes. So even, you know, good, bad, or otherwise, when they make a decision that could affect the kind of coverage that we have in our communities, the interrelational workings, dealing with other agencies, being like our first responders, our ESS, et cetera, there is and hasn't been any kind of you know, real directive for them to come to the table, local government, to give us a heads up on where we're going, what they're doing, where they're going, and how that outcome could affect us either financially or with health and safety coverage in their communities. So I think it's a real important thing that, you know, they realize that it's been great to have like the manager that came out from BCEHS to come out, but it would be great that it's something that's an ongoing connection and a communication between local government and the BCEHS, because this also affects when we talk about whether or not we have centralization issues, the movement of people from Princeton to Kelowna, et cetera. It all involves BC Ambulance transporting. So it's a huge component of our health, but they're not regularly at our table. So I think that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this one? Seeing no more hands, go on to the next one, Resolution 5. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this one was emailed out either last night or in the last day or two anyway to us. It's not on this list as far as a formal resolution, but go ahead, CAO.
I'm in the same boat you are, Mr. Chair. I don't have the wording on this one. I believe Ms. Malden might have something on this.
She does. I seen her hand come up. Go ahead, Ms. Malden.
Thank you. So this was a request that Director Roberts had submitted, and Jillian emailed that out yesterday at 4:12. We can resend it out again. It's quite brief, and I'm sure Director Roberts would like to speak to it. Happy to read it if everybody would like.
Yeah, just read it out if you would, please.
Okay. Whereas there is increased concern about the state of public roads in rural communities during and after major weather events, and whereas the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure road classification system defines levels and response times for maintenance standards for each specific service area in order to prioritize service, therefore be it resolved that UBCM urged the provincial government to work with local governments to review the existing road classification system, to consider reprioritizing the order in which roads are cleared or maintained, and be it further resolved that Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure increase funding for the maintenance of secondary roads to ensure safe and accessible transportation options for rural communities.
Okay, any discussion on this one? Director Roberts? Is that hitting the mark?
Thank you to the chair. Yes, it is. I think it's important that we be part of the ongoing evaluatory process. We look at different things where rurally could be the farm area around, let's say, rural Karameas and Olalla, where we've got large tracts of land with farms in between. People have equipment and the access and are able to get around. But we also have dense populated areas that are unincorporated, like the Headleys or Olallas, where they're left to the end and a lot of times not touched after an event. And it makes it that it's unsafe for people to be able to access emergency services. So for instance, a lot of times, the ambulance or fire trucks aren't able to access residents in case of an emergency because of the state of roads. And because just the categorization around remote and rural, it's just pretty black and white. It leaves no flexibility for local government to state, we have safety concerns in regards to denser population areas, et cetera. As well as it also leads to considerations where we have change in traffic flows, for instance, like the Karamias bypass, where we see an increase in semis and a movement of traffic. And it becomes this large, arduous process. If they send out their trackers for the amount of traffic and they do it on a Sunday afternoon, it might be a lot less than if it's where our usual. I'm using that, of course, that's hyperbole, but the same idea. We want to be a part of that discussion and we want to be able to have a place at the table. Thank you.
Okay, any further thoughts or anything on this, Director Olbrich?
Yes, to the chair, and thank you, Director Roberts. Here. You said it well. Our area suffers incredible frustration. The reason I know is I get so many calls from so many people upset on this issue. One of the things you said that caught my ear with respect to denser areas, OK Falls is a little denser in population than some of our other electoral areas. And so that word rural, which is what Modi says all get the same treatment, well, we're fairly urban and suburban, and we have a bus, for example, that in the Christmas period could not go up and down the hill for days. I talked to the bus driver. They wouldn't go up and down the hill because it was not passable. We had people who could not go to work. We had service delivery, garbage not picked up, 6 weeks in Upper Carmi, no garbage service. Emergency response. I've had many people say, what if? And we have 37% of our population over 65. They're pretty high users when it comes to medical and related services, even first responders. And how does an emergency response vehicle get into one of these areas when the roads aren't plowed? And then we have a failure of communication. We have third-party contractor with Modi and a third-party contract with the local government waste collection. And I've talked to management in both groups, and they don't know who's in charge of what. So they don't even communicate directly. And so I hear from each of them really impolite complaints about the other. I have some of it in writing. And so when you see that, what you see is an opportunity for a little better. And I think your resolution is a real good step forward on having those issues addressed. But I'll tell you, we in Area D, I was at a public meeting last night. The things I heard about roads is fascinating. And this provincial approach of one size fits all, you're all rural, so you get the same experience. If you're in northeastern BC, that might work real well. But in a community like ours, there's some real safety issues and other concerns. Thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts? I'm missing any hands? I don't think so. We'll go on to the next one. Number 6, CAO.
So I don't recall us discussing this on February 3rd, so I'm assuming it's one that administration slipped in for discussion, Mr. Chair. This relates to the discussion that we had at Planning Development earlier today about the changes that the province has made to the riparian area regulation and now the riparian area protection regulation, where they aren't going to do the work on any retroactive applications for a watercourse development permit. And they're going to, again, download that onto local government to do that. So we're recommending that we send something to SILGA, because I think every local government is going to be affected by this. Send something to SILGA asking them to change their legislation to cover retroactive watercourse development permits.
Okay, any discussion on this one? We kind of had discussed this earlier today. Probably a good idea to take it through SILGA. Seeing no hands. Is there another one on here? Yes, Resolution 7. Go ahead, CAO.
Again, this is a new one to me as well, Mr. Chair. I see that we're co-sponsoring this with the city of Penticton. And it's about, again, the issue of providing the appropriate support for our RCMP officers dealing with those suffering from mental or psychological or other health-related illnesses. And that we're proposing that we request an integrated CAR 40 program. Now, somebody else will have to explain what a CAR 40 program is, but it sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay, any discussion on this one? This was one we had brought up, but it's called something different.
Oh, okay.
Any hands? Seeing none? Okay.
Director Gettins, Mr. Chair.
Am I missing one? Okay, Director Gettins, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, sir. I don't know what the CAR 40 program is.
I have to admit, I don't either, but maybe the city of Penticton. I'll go to Director Vasilaki waving at us. He has the good idea of what it is. So go ahead, please.
Okay, the CAR 54 issue is that whenever there is a call to the RCMP that has to deal with mental issue patients, that an interior health nurse or a specialist that can handle that situation would be riding along with the RCMP officer to take over the situation. Especially if they have to end up taking them to the hospital, where the RCMP officer doesn't have to stand around and wait for 3 to 4 hours until it's all settled there. So the nurse or the specialist in that field would be taken over. And that way, because the RCMP doesn't really have the training to deal with such issues as those special people do, like the nurses or the specialists in that situation. So that's what we called it, CAR 54. Where are you? If you remember that program on television. Okay.
It's called CAR 40 in here, but I do remember CAR 54 in TV.
CAR 54, yeah.
Does that answer your question, Director Gettins? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it sounds like a great idea as well. I'm just curious, is this already an established provincial program?
Director Sentes, or?
Okay,
go ahead.
Councillor, oh, sorry, Director Sentes, go ahead.
You're muted.
I'm very sorry. The city of Penticton is forwarding this, and it was our hope that we could partner with the RDOS. The program that we're referencing is in some areas of the province. Kamloops, for example, has it. And so we'd like to see it provincially. It's not a problem that is restricted to Kamloops or any one area. Our RCMP are very much frustrated by the fact that they get called. So the program that's being identified as CAR 40 would have a mental health professional ride with and attend to this. So we'd like to see it go to SILGA, and we would ask if the RDOS would consider co-sponsoring it with us, or the city of Penticton co-sponsoring with the RDOS, but definitely a partnership to lend a little more strength and credibility to it.
Okay. Great idea. Thank you. Any other questions on it, Director Holmes?
Yeah, just because there's confusion about what CAR 40 program is, I think we might want to clarify that a little bit in the first whereas, because when it goes to the floor at SILGA, all the delegates are going to be asking themselves the same question: what's CAR 40 program? So I think maybe we should make it a little clearer what exactly it is that people are supporting. I have an urge to say just the facts, ma'am.
Another TV reference. Okay. That's probably a good idea to get a little bit of clarity in there, but it's a good motion. Anything further?
Well, I just say, Mr. Chair, since that would be a co-sponsored resolution, we'll work with our colleagues at the city in order to come up with some agreed upon terminology.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And I see Director Knodel raising a hand there. Go ahead, Director Knodel.
I'm just a little curious about, how many of these professionals would you need for, say, Penticton? It almost seems like you'd need one for every police officer that goes out on a call. There's an awful lot of mental health issues going on, and I'm not singling out Penticton. Oliver has similar problems too. So I'm just wondering how you approach this with the number of mental health care professionals that would be needed. Thank you.
Okay. Director Sentes, are you asking to respond to that?
Yes, if I might, I think the intent is to get this to the attention of, through SILGA to UBCM, and I know our RCMP detachment here, our Superintendent Hunter, is already working with the health authority. That's where that question's answer will lie. What do they think is necessary? What can they do? So I think it's all wrapped in the same the same program. The health authorities will have to work with the RCMP to resolve it, but we just want them to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Robinson, go ahead.
Yes, thanks to the chair. Maybe it's just me, but sometimes I think we miss the forest for the trees. A lot of these problems started when we had mental health facilities like Riverview shut down. Would it not make more sense to everybody, instead of putting a mental health specialist in every police car, to just reopen the mental health facilities and get these people the help that they so desperately need and solve all the problems at once, instead of trying to put a Band-Aid on it every time? That being said, I'm still in support of having some help with the RCMP, but it gets to the point where, somebody just mentioned it, in Penticton, we seem to have more problems than almost any other community around, and it's overwhelming. And it's time that the province stepped up to the plate and opened up proper mental health facilities, which is going to solve the majority of these problems. I think maybe that's what we should be taking to SILGA and to UBCM. And I wish I had thought about it a little bit earlier.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. To follow up Director Roberts, and it is supporting the program as we see for the resolution, but of course it is an issue that is multifaceted. 25 years working with emotionally disturbed and delinquent youth through education, mental health, and corrections, I've seen the pendulum swing from community programming to facilities back to out on the street. And again, it's something that is it's a complex issue. We need to keep our irons in the fire. And even, maybe we need to be also petitioning for support in funding to help facilitate training to the police departments as well, because it is a complex issue. Not any one of them will be a professional or a clinician, but even so, having up-to-date support in education and around mental health issues is always a help. So again, there's a lot of issues that we need to keep paying attention to. but I'm definitely in support of this program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Kazakovich, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just further to what Director Robinson mentioned that we haven't missed the boat on that suggestion. Yeah, we will with SILGA, but we can always have RDOS or City of Penticton do a resolution directly to UBCM on that issue. So that's something to think about. We have plenty of time to get something into UBCM directly. Thank you.
Okay, good suggestion. Seeing no further discussion on this one, I believe there was one more from support for the Village of Karameas, Resolution 8. CAO, do you want to update us on that one?
Just that the village has already resolved to send this one in, Mr. Chair, and they just wanted the regional district to be aware of that and to get their support, I believe, when it comes onto the floor.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that one, Resolution 8? Director Olbrich?
Yes, thank you. And just in terms of the ask, I completely 100% support what Karameas has asked for. And I just wanted to repeat what I've said to this board before. I have had community members call me from McLean Creek Road and in my area before Christmas, really concerned about what was happening in Princeton and in the Similkameen and Karameas, and literally specifically say to me, we got to do something with those orphan dikes in the Similkameen. It is known. It has been known for a long time, and it's overdue. Mitigation is the magic word here. I think that Karameas knows this issue better than most of us because they've lived with it for a long time. But I agree 100% with the support.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. Seeing any more hands on this? Oh, go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I had Christy Malden email out the Okanagan Regional Library resolution.
Yes.
Discuss that?
We can discuss it. Do you want to give us a brief update or
Sure.
run us through
Yeah,
the
at the
proposed
last board
motion?
meeting, which was yesterday, the board asked that I bring it to the board meeting today and discuss it, and hope to get a support for it as well. So basically, the gist of it is that the provincial government hasn't changed their funding model for the regional library system in many, many years. And of course, costs go up, but the funding model has stayed the same. So they're asking for an increase in that.
For the province to contribute more funds for it.
Yeah.
And that resolution, I do recall seeing it emailed out to us. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Director Gettins, I see a hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did have 2 edits for Resolution 1 and 2. So do we want to discuss that here, or should I just email them to Christy?
You had a couple of, I missed part of what you'd said there. Suggestions?
Sorry, yeah. Yep, just
Okay.
a couple of edits on Resolution 1 and 2. It doesn't change the meaning at all, but do we discuss that here, or should I just email it to Christy?
If they're not substantive changes, it's probably best just to email it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts on this? Seeing no hands, I do believe we had a suggested motion there. Anybody want to move that motion? Director Robinson, you're moving it. Thank you. A seconder? Great, thank you. Any discussion on this? We've dealt with them each individually, but seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is an update from the Electoral Area D Service and Boundary Configuration Study, CAO.
I'll just turn this over to Ms. Malden, Mr. Chair. She's our administrative contact on this project.
Okay, Ms. Malden.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just a brief update on how things are going with the Electoral Area D Service and Boundary Configuration Study. The committee has been meeting for several months now, and we're at a point, the committee is actually at a point now where they're prepared to go out and start to discuss and consult with the community. So As Director Obrecht mentioned last meeting, there's a series of open houses that are taking place, and they're focused on specific areas of electoral area D, although everybody is welcome to take part in the discussion and provide feedback on potential boundaries and service needs that may not be being addressed at the moment. So the meeting last night that took place, there was 31 people that came out in person and 19 attended online. So that was an excellent turnout. Lots of questions, lots of feedback and thoughts on the process. So the second one is tonight, and that'll be here in the boardroom, and that'll be primarily for the residents of Upper Carmi. And then next week, there'll be 3 more. The following Saturday will be the one focused on Okanagan Falls. So we do expect some good turnout on all of these. There's a lot of citizens that are providing feedback and everything, so we should have a fairly robust study by the end of this. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or thoughts on this, Director Obrecht?
Yes, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Christy Malden and Jim Zaffino and Daniel Francisco, who have done so much work. Yesterday, Mr. Francisco was there. We had technical problems. It was a little stressful for a short time. He was a superhero in terms of what he did to get that technology working so those 19 people online could participate. And it's been a wonderful process. There's lots of questions, interesting discussion, and just a big thank you to Christy Malden for all she's done. I think she could better describe to me how much work it is, but I know it's a lot of work, and thank you.
Sure, thank you, Director Obrecht. I'm sure that's appreciated. Any more discussion? Okay, we'll move on. That's just for information to grant and aid policy recommendation, CAO. Oh, you're muted on us.
Sorry, I was shuffling paper, so I turned myself off.
No problem.
At the February 3rd meeting, the board referred a review of I believe it was the electoral area grant and aid program. And I think the concern was at the time that there were some restrictions on electoral area directors about how often they could provide a grant to a certain organization. We didn't find that constraint in the policy, but nevertheless, when the board refers a policy to administration for review, we are likely to bring back a whole bunch of stuff that you weren't really interested in the first place. And I think that's what happened this time. We looked through it and we have made some recommendations. So I would just throw that back for discussion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any discussion on this? This was your motion, was it not, Director Monteith? Go ahead.
To the chair, I understood from staff that there was a limitation on the number of times, and that's why I brought it forward. Is that correct?
There is a limitation in the regional grant and aid program, but not in the electoral area grant and aid program.
So, all right. Director Obrecht?
Yes, and thank you to the chair. And first, I'd like to say I think Director Monteith's problem's been solved as it no longer exists, so that's wonderful news. Secondly, thank you to Mr. Zaffino for the amazing job he did in reviewing that and providing the amendments, which I think are, again, an example of us doing better, which I think is really good. And the third, and this one I think is most interesting, we had our public budget meeting the other night, and it was difficult because of COVID, and we didn't have as many people out as we would like to have. But one of the very interesting questions that came from a community member, because Mr. Zaffino does a very good job on grant and aid and regional grant, all the budget. But one of our community members spoke up because they had reviewed our Area D budget and they did not see the numbers reconciling. And of course, the community member did not appreciate the distinction between electoral area grant and aid and regional grant and aid, which are two very different things. I answered the question by saying it was apples and chickens. Mr. Zavino said he was, first time he heard that term, but that it was indeed a different thing. And we had a robust conversation about what electoral area grant and aid is, and a lot of community members don't even know about it, how important it is, but we got to thank Mr. Zaffino in that meeting for the work he did, and it demonstrates something that I didn't know or maybe forgot, and that is people in the community do not know what regional grant and aid is. They do not know what electoral area grant and aid is. They don't know what the difference is. They don't know how to do it, what it is, and they have questions they want to know, and it reminds me that sometimes words are confusing because grant and aid sounds like grant and aid, and of course regional grant and aid very different from electoral area grant and aid. And so here's a suggestion that arose because one of the community members said, well, can we find the details on this electoral area grant and aid? And I think Mr. Safino said it should be on the website, and Mr. Francisco tried to find it, and he brought up regional grant and aid on the web page, but no electoral area grant and aid information seemed to be available. So the suggestion, the question, the ask is, perhaps if we don't have that available to the public when they want to know, it's something that maybe we can make available. It's a fair question. It's one that maybe could and should be answered. And I think it's good that the public knows what the asks are, or in this case, what the grants that have been approved are. And I think it's a great question, but it shows how our public budget consultation brings back good ideas, good questions. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, is someone prepared to make? Go ahead, Director Monti. You're moving that motion to accept these changes as recommended. Seconder, thank you. Director Roberts, any discussion on this? They look like reasonable, good changes for mostly for clarification and better information. Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the closed session. So we will have to take a moment, or do I need to make the motion to go in camera first? And then we need a second for Mr. Francisco to get us in camera. So is there someone ready to make a motion to go in camera? Yes.
Could I ask, before you go and close, could I ask that we invite our colleagues from the city of Penticton to sit in on the closed session, and that requires a special resolution, but we'd have to do it in open session.
No problem. So that would be Anthony Haddad and Cheryl. Is that the two that you'd be asking to come in, or is that just one individual?
No, we invited, yeah.
Three?
Mr. Haddad.
Okay, Anthony, Cheryl, and
we had invited the
Don.
CAO. I'm not sure if he's on, but
yes,
if you just say City of Penticton staff,
Yes.
that would be fine.
Okay, so the City of Penticton staff. So we need a motion to allow them to come in and attend our in-camera meeting.
Motion,
Moved and seconded. All right. Any discussion on it? Seeing none, call that question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That's okay. So a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none. I'll give.
First item on the agenda is our minutes. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes of January 20th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022 of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District?
Moved.
Moved. Second. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Our 5-year financial plan bylaw number 169/2022. I'll just pass this over to our CAO if he has any comments to add to the discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, this is for third reading and adoption. We had the budget bylaw on February 3rd for first and second, really based on the premise that there's no significant increase in taxes, but that we will be borrowing the money for the what was that, a coronary care facility?
Oncology.
Oncology, sorry. So other than that, no tax increase, borrow the money, and we're looking, we've identified more or less what the implications are, sort of where we've been on the Penticton Regional Hospital District program and where we are financially. So we're recommending third in adoption, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, CAO. And I would ask to get a motion that bylaw number 169/2022 being a bylaw of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to adopt the 2022-2026 5-year financial plan be read a third time and adopted. Moved. Second. Any further discussion or questions? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Just before I get a motion to adjourn, I will just let the board know that based on the discussion that happened at the previous meeting on February 3rd, there was lots of questions around capital planning with IH and wanting to be more involved in that process. And I did have a conversation with Carl Meadows and Dan Goffner, and I believe they have been in contact with CAO Newell and will be coming back to the board, I believe in March or April, to have that discussion with the board to make sure that they basically to be here to answer the concerns of the board and offer some input and how we can be more involved in that. Director Gettens has your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. With the 5-year financial plan, is that our take on the financial plan, or does IH have a role in predicting what's happening next year and the year after? Like, do they inform our 5-year financial plan?
CAO?
We base our capital contribution on a 3-year average, Mr. Chair. So as we increase our capital contribution each year, then that average goes up. And then IHA comes in and makes their specific presentation, and the board can change it at that time.
Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any more hands up. I will look for a motion to adjourn. Moved and second. All question, all in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you for that, Director Johansson. And I believe we're right on time to start the regular board meeting. So I will call it to order and remind everybody that the opportunity to remove anything from the consent agenda is now. Is there anything that needs to be removed from the consent agenda? Seeing no hands, I will look for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Motion for that to adopt. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Again, motion carries. That brings us to development services. CAO. First item. I believe you're muted on us.
There are 4 properties adjacent to Osoyoos that have petitioned the town to come into their boundary. And we have no objection to that, Mr. Chair, other than that they are in the ALR and they're outside of the Osoyoos urban growth area. So we're suggesting that be the condition, that they be excluded from the Osoyoos growth containment area. but we are recommending that we advise the ministry. We have no objection, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Someone want to make that motion for me? Moved. Thank you. Seconder? Perfect. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, I will call the question on a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, development variance in Area D, CAO.
This is an application for a front yard variance, Mr. Chair, to take the offset from 7.5 meters to 3.75. And it's for the addition of a carport with a suite over top. And because it's in the front yard, we are recommending that be denied.
Okay, thank you for that. As it's a motion to deny, we usually give the property owner an opportunity to address the board. Oh, Director Ober?
Well, I don't know if this is the right order, so I'll take advice, but the motion that I prefer to make would be to refer this to the Electoral Area D Advisory Planning Commission. I know the area, I know the street, I'd like to learn more, I'd like to hear more before I speak to it. And that may be the applicants can speak to the commission and then they can speak here again later.
If need be, yes.
If need be.
That's fair dice. So you're making the motion to send it to your
I would like to make that motion, yes, please. That's alternate 2 sub A.
Okay, that motion is moved. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. Any discussion on that? Director Gettens, you had a question or comment? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just seconding.
You were seconding. Okay, no problem. No hands I see for that. This is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And those opposed? Motion carries. Next, item B3, electoral area E development variance, CAO.
This is an application for a rear yard variance, Mr. Chair, from 7.5 meters to 3 meters, and then also to extend the maximum coverage from 35% to 39%. And it's to, there is a cabin on the property now. This is to replace it with a residence. And we're recommending that that be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kozakovich for direction on this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation and also speak to it.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Seconded, moved and seconded. Go ahead, Director Kozakovich.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification for the board, this, I believe we've gone out 3 times on this one to the neighbors because there have been changes from what was originally planned. So we are now at the stage of the rear setback and a 4% increase on the parcel coverage. And so I just wanted to state I support this rear setback. I think having a house closer to the rear is not an issue. And in particular, this backs onto an alley. So the alley provides for additional separation from the one home that's to the southeast of the property. There were some concerns from the immediate neighbor to the east about loss of privacy. And they had wanted to see fencing put in and did have concerns with the second floor windows to look down into their backyard. And of course, we know that is permitted, but in speaking with their agent, they agreed to add the fencing and as well as add frosted windows. So I believe the folks to the east are happy to see that change is being implemented. And there were concerns with the additional sort of secondary suite there, which is for, as stated in the report, is for housing for one of the owner's parents. And, you know, I do support aging in place. We know that there is a lack of accommodations for seniors, seniors not being able to stay in rural communities and having to move into Penticton or other larger municipalities for care. So I think that's a good thing that there's an opportunity to have the parents stay at home. So thank you for listening to that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Don't want to miss anybody? Seeing no hands, again, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item B4, early termination of land use contract, CAO.
So this is Twin Lakes Resort. It's one parcel with 9 strata lots on it. And they're under a land use contract right now, and they want to have that removed and then come under the zoning bylaw. So we're recommending that that be given first and second reading, Mr. Chair, and then come back before the board on March 17th for a public hearing.
Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith.
And to the chair, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, and then I'll speak to it, please.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I attended the public information meeting where residents were quite concerned about some of the changes. But I really want to thank staff for going out and spending time with the homeowners on site, and staff have received a letter of full support from the strata moving forward. So I'm very pleased and I'm thankful to staff.
Great, thank you for that. Any further discussion or questions on this? Checking, seeing no hands. Again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on, B5, zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area E, CAO.
The applicant is looking to build 2 accessory dwellings on the property. Mr. Chair, it's vacant right now, but I believe there is an application for a primary residence in the process. This is what seems like a fairly unique proposal for the construction methodology. And because of that, it requires a larger footprint than we have available in the existing zoning bylaws. So we're recommending that that proceed with first and second reading, and then be delegated to Director Kazakovich for the public hearing.
Okay, I'll go to Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the alternate recommendation number 3 to deny, and can speak to that.
Okay, so you're making the motion to deny. Is there someone going to second that motion? Seconded. With the motion to deny, that does allow us to ask the applicant to address the board. I'm not sure if they're online or available. Do you know, Danny, is there anybody?
Yes, the applicant's online.
Okay, they are. Could we move them to where they can speak to us? Who is it, Director Kazakovich, the name?
Last name is Mainville.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we have Jerry Mainville. Bill, is that correct?
Hi, it's Jerry Mainville. I'm here.
Okay, please, would you give the board a brief understanding of what you're trying to propose here?
Yes, I'm building energy efficient house, or 2 of them. And the construction, as it was mentioned, these are a very thick wall up to 22 inches thick, which allows for a lot more insulation. And I'm also planning, and they're talking about the STEP program. We're supposed to be building really super energy efficient houses to end up with a net zero footprint. And that's what I'm wanting to do. And I'm just wondering why it's not being accepted.
Okay. Is there any questions for Mr. Mainville? Don't see any hands. All right, thank you for telling us what you're trying to do. I will send it back to the board for discussion and a vote. We'll see where it ends up.
Okay.
Thank you for that. We do have a motion on the floor. I'll go to Director Kozakovich. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to make some points as to why I did move this to be denied. In the package, or it came out via email, directors, you would have received 8 letters against this. Plus, I did receive an additional email against it today. So 9 against, and I haven't received anything in favor. Of the 9, I believe 8 are property owners there out of the 10 lots. This is a newer strata subdivision where some of the lots haven't even been built on yet, including this particular lot. And, you know, one of the things is that people know what they're buying when they buy it and should be trying to work within the parameters of the lot that they purchased. But this application for me is premature. We do not have a home on the property. We do not have a permit. There was a permit, my understanding, but it was canceled or has expired. There was not the information provided that was needed for staff when I last checked. So we don't know if this main house is going to have 2 bedrooms or 8 bedrooms. We don't know what's coming. And to approve the accessory dwellings ahead of time, I don't feel is fitting. These properties will all be on wells, so there's going to be a need for water to service all homes and accessory dwellings. And of course, they'll be on septic as well. So for me, I think people need to build what they're permitted to build, especially when you buy into a new subdivision, and not try to come forward to make changes without the main house in place. I understand the request to have the thicker rammed earth walls. That's excellent, but you can still do it with the amount of land that you have. It just is going to reduce slightly the occupancy of those accessory dwellings. This should be coming to the board after we know what the main house is going to be. And I just can't support this without knowing, you know, what's going to come with the main house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing no more hands, I will call the question and just remind the board, this is a motion to deny. So and this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? That motion to deny is carried. Thank you for that. That brings us down to Public Works. Award of the Meadow Valley Aquifer Assessment, CAO.
It's come to our attention over the last couple of years, Mr. Chair, that the Meadow Valley Aquifer, which is the one that we have our Falder water system on, is very volatile and sometimes getting close to depleting. Even though we made an upgrade to it in 2015 with regard to a new and deeper well and the uranium extraction plant, the condition of the aquifer needs to be investigated in order to allow us to make future decisions about what's going to be happening out in that area. So we went out for proposals, and we are recommending that the assessment of that aquifer be awarded to Associated Environmental Consultants for $79,913, and that there be a $20,000 contingency assigned, and that would come out of the Area F Community Works Program.
For direction on this. You're moving it?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yep. I just lost contact with you for a minute. Yes, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconding it, Director Bush is. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Director Gettins, you have hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really looking forward to this. There's so many unknown questions out on that aquifer, so I'm thankful for staff. They really got this going quickly, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what the results are, and then being able to make some decisions with that missing bit of information. So thanks to everybody involved.
Great. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, this is a corporate vote, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to C2, letter of support for OBWB Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Grants, CAO.
The Okanagan Basin Water Board does have the window open for applications under their Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Program, Mr. Chair. We have one ourselves that we would like to submit, and that's a baseline study for cryptosporidium in Okanagan Lake. And then there is also the opportunity for other organizations to submit applications as long as they have a resolution of support from the regional district. And we do have one from the Okanagan Nation Alliance that we want to support. And I believe there may be another one that came in late. I'm gonna, if I could, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Ms. Bloomfield if she does have one more that she wanted to put on the table.
Okay, Ms. Bloomfield? Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a late submission from the Culleton Irrigation District. They're looking for support for their agricultural metering program. It's the same one that we supported, the RDOS board supported in 2021 round of grants.
Okay, thank you for that. So there are two from outside and one from us that we would be sending letters of support for, or the application itself. Is there someone wanting to make a motion to that effect? Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no hands. Again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. C3, the RBC Tech for Nature Grant application, CAO.
So the window's also open for the RBC grant applications, Mr. Chair, and we have one project that we'd like to submit. It's for the Okanagan Aquatic Invasive Species Citizen Science Project. So we'd like a resolution in support of that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anybody prepared to make that move? Motion? Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? I believe we've made this application, not for this specifically, but for this grant several times over the last number of years. So this is building on that. Seeing no discussion, again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to section D, Community Services, CAO D1.
We have two applications that we want to submit under our emergency management program, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to bring Mr. Woods in. I wanted him to give the board a more detailed description of what these grants are for, and then we can take questions on those, Mr. Chair.
Good idea. I was wondering myself a little more info. So Mr. Woods, can you enlighten us, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the first grant here is the 22 Joint Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, and this is targeting towards the Emergency Support Services team. This is a grant that we've been successful at 4 out of the last 5 years. The 1 year we were not was just simply because we had leftover funds as part of the program. We use this fund primarily to focus on training exercises and advancing the emergency support services team, the ESS volunteer folks that are out there throughout the region. So what it does is it supplements our core emergency program from a training and exercising and development perspective. This year, there's another focus that's picking up on equipment. Over the past few years, we've realized with the online registration tool that's become quite prominent that we need to make sure we've got IT functionality for these team members. So this grant includes a component of that. One of the important points here is that it's also a grant that we're doing in concert with 4 of the municipalities. So the Village of Karamias, Town of Princeton, District of Summerland, and Town of Vesuvius. So Ann Ben, our emergency program coordinator, and the ESS teams have really collaborated on this. The other 2 municipalities, as much as they were part of the conversation, they're submitting a specific application themselves to address some internal opportunities they have there. So, good opportunity here again, Chair. This amount that we've proposed to the grant is for $89,750, and it's 100% fund that would flow through the emergency program. And I can leave it at that for the first one if you like.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion or questions on this? A direction from the board? Someone wanting to move it? Director Monteith?
To the chair, Mr. Woods, were the fire departments included in the conversation? Are there any supplies or equipment that they could use?
Mr. Woods, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Some of the fire departments do have a direct involvement with the ESS teams. They typically would be. The ESS, one of the biggest pieces for the emergency support services teams is supporting the fire departments when structure fires occur. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of involvement with those teams. Some of them are members, some of them participate as part of the training as well. Yeah.
Okay. Direction from the board on this? Motion to moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing any hands? No, I'm not. We will call the question. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. D2, another grant, CAO. Or should I just go?
We'll get Mr. Woods on this one too. This is a different grant through UBCM, Mr. Chair, but same time, we'd want more information.
All right. Mr. Woods, please.
Thank you again, Chair. Yeah, this is again a 22 UBCM grant, this one called the Community Resiliency Investment Grant Program. This is related to the FireSmart initiative that's been going on now for a few years. In the past, it was referred to as more on the Strategic Wildfire Initiative, where we actually could apply for grants to contribute towards the prescriptions and treatment of removal of fuel. In the past few years, the program has really shifted into more of an educational component where we're educating groups as part of the FireSmart committees and assisting in building those programs. So the board will recall last year we received 2 grants. It was up to around $600,000, which allowed us to build a program. We were able to hire a coordinator for that function and work with many of the communities that already had FireSmart committees, but also build some new ones. A lot of great work there. Unfortunately, you all know we had a very challenging year with respect to the wildfire season and floods, and Mr. Kerry Reese, the gentleman we hired into that role, was heavily involved in the EOC. That said, we got some great work done. So we're proposing to continue with that program. The program focuses a targeted amount of money towards the electoral areas as well as an overall grant. We can get upwards of around $460,000 if we follow the model that we did last year with the singular grant. And the focus on that is still on education, building those FireSmart committees, as well as going out to communities to hit neighborhoods that, while they may not have a full committee model, we can educate people and even train people to undertake the assessments within their neighborhoods. The interagency cooperation will continue. That's the South Okanagan and Similkameen Wildfire Interagency Group. So those organizations that have really an authority to go in and do work on lands they own or apply for funds. And then we work in concert with local fire departments, local FireSmart groups to carry out some initiatives. This year is going to target something called the Home Partners Program, Wildfire Mitigation Home Assessments. So this is, again, part of the training. So going to the groups, training people within these committees and neighborhoods to carry out the assessments. A lot of excellent work happened this year. Penticton, Princeton, even Apex, some of the smaller communities that were undertaking this work. So it'll be building on that as well. We have a new one that's going to be part of the program that we're proposing, which is a community water delivery system and evaluation and analysis. So that's That's looking at opportunities to work within communities to find locations where BC Wildfire and fire department agencies can source water during events. It's one of the critical issues that we have. So that's kind of an exciting one to support some of the small communities as well. So this is a big program. We had hoped to bring a presentation to you in protective services, but we're unable to get that ready for you for today. So we want, time is of the essence, so we need to get the resolution to move the grant forward, but we do intend to bring a full presentation back to protective services at the next meeting, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Robinson, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move this, please. It's an awesome program. FireSmart, can't say enough about it. Very well received here in Penticton. And I strongly believe that education is the best tool we've got, and they're doing a great job on this.
Thank you. I think Director Bauer had seconded it, so it's on the floor. Any further discussion? Director Olbrich.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And again, I agree with Director Robinson. The Christie Mountain Fire hit our neighborhood where I live in, it was August of 2020. And our community association for years brought in consultants who spoke about fire smarting. And I was delighted when I heard back from our fire chief and others who were in that neighborhood fighting the fire, who commented on how much they could tell the fire smarting that was done helped to save homes. And we had 320 properties. We lost one. It was a volleyball-size ember that came down the mountain. The firefighters were on site from 3:30 p.m. in front of the house that we lost. That they were there for over 7 hours before the ember hit, but that was the only house lost. And this is just a really good program. And having lived it and seen it make a difference, I just say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of this ask. Thank you.
That is an excellent program. Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing no further hands, I'll call the question again. Corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us down to E, Finance. 5-year financial plan, CAO.
We had first reading of the 2022-2026 financial plan on January 6th, Mr. Chair, and then Mr. Safino's been out doing his consultation, which is a legislative requirement for local governments to do that. And we're ready now to bring it back for second reading. We went through an extensive list of proposed amendments at second at corporate services this morning. So what I'm proposing, Mr. Chair, on form is that we get the bylaw onto the floor for second reading. So somebody would have to move that for second reading. And then we can discuss what amendments need to be made. And then somebody would need to move an amendment to the budget bylaw at second reading. And once that's refined and is approved, then we would have to bring it back for second reading as amended. So if at this point, Mr. Chair, we can get it on the floor for second reading, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Safino and he can give you his update.
Okay, so looking for a motion to give this second reading for now. Moved and seconded. Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Safino. I'm not seeing him. Oh, I hear him. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I could share my screen, I do have a short PowerPoint presentation.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a few more clicks and I'm ready. Okay, so I hope it's up there. So if I may, first of all, I am pleased to announce that here is the budget for 2022 to 2026, second reading. In a bid to make the budget to continue to be transparent, it is over 800 pages long, and that does not include the business plans for the capital projects, which was probably another 80 more pages. So with that, I just want to talk about the consultation process that the CEO just discussed. Just after first reading, we started doing the consultation. We started with 16 16 of the areas, including the Penticton Indian Band. The municipalities were all invited to have the tape and or a question and answer. One municipality just wanted the PowerPoint presentation. The remainder of them had either the tape and me answering any questions or me doing the presentation live. So some of the questions that were asked were, why is SIR budget increasing while the trees in our areas are decreasing? I forwarded that question to SIR. I couldn't answer that question. Other question was, why is the regional district involved in the waste management? One reason why it is that it's a legislative service, and that's something that that municipalities and electoral areas really don't have any discretion on. How are the capital budgets funded? As I stated earlier to the board, on the capital side of the budget are funded either from reserves, gas tax, grants, donations, or borrowed funds, which ultimately would be on the operational side for debt servicing. And as far as the reserves go, at one point or another, they were on the operational side as an expense to transfer to reserves. Also received an anonymous email that had 37 different questions on it. Based on the questions, it's easily assumed that it was from electoral area E. What I've done is I reached back to the person and it's committed that I would meet with them at their time frame. However, they would have to not be anonymous anymore, and they'd have to give me their name. The director has received the email and has been invited if the person takes us up on the invitation. Also, as mentioned earlier by a director for OK Falls, there was a question regarding the grant in AIDS and if they're on the webpage. Just to let everyone know, the grants are or will be on our webpage. However, they're not until just after year end's over, so that we have a final number. So we post that to the web, and it's a public document. So total capital projects that you see in the 819 pages is 27.8 million. 7.2 of that is a carry forward from previous year. So that leaves 20.6 million of new projects, and 8 million of that is for composting, which is funded majority by grants. These are some of the projects. This is a summary by service area of the projects. They're of the 156 services that we have. 40 of those services in 2022 require capital costs, and this is the budget on the right side. And here's the continuation, and there's that 27.8 million that I previously discussed. This is the tax requisition that, until the board passes the amendments, is the official tax requisition. This is the municipal side and the Penticton Indian Band. And this one here is the electoral areas. I separated electoral area I because with the anomaly of the Apex Fire Department, it looks like it's an excessive increase when it's not. This is the tax requisition for the municipality and Penticton Indian Band without the RGS recommendations or the asks. And this is continuation with electoral area A. And this is, again, if the board accepts all 23 of the amendments, this is what it's going to look like. This no longer applies. This would have been with the RGS studies. And next steps, COVID funds will be expended, not expended, we carry forward to 2022. So as of yesterday, I have balanced the COVID funds, all those that have been used, and there's going to be some that are being carried forward to 2022, and that's perfectly okay now because we have until this year to expense it. And the board, at the time when you receive the budget for third and adoption, you will actually have a separate report that shows the COVID funds how they were spent, where they were used, and what's being carried over. Carry forward projects are being reviewed as we speak, and any material amounts will be updated. So if there's anything small, if the managers estimated some carry forwards in the amounts, and usually they're very good, if not always. However, there's some anomalies that come in late for invoices, and if there are any, I will adjust them and the board will see them. Okay, and the budget is intended to be brought back to the board for third and adoption on March 3rd. So with that, as stated by the CAO, this is the recommended motion that board needs to consider. And I'm available to answer any questions, and here I am.
For that, Mr. Safino?
Yes.
Any questions? Maybe we can take your presentation offline so I could actually maybe see the folks on the board, just a little bit easier to see hands. Director Roberts, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. So I'm just assuming that with what we just recently passed in regards to $55,000 for the RDOS, that will be one of the adjustments, because I don't believe that is on the budget that we're looking at this present time. Is that correct?
That's correct. That just happened, and that will be one of the adjustments that the board will have to reconsider at third and adoption.
Yeah, we would amend third to put that in if we move that way.
Correct.
Any other discussion or questions? Director Holmes?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a topic now, but one thing, when the presentation to the Summerland Council came up, one of the main questions was about the solid waste management plan, and basically two questions of, why does basically an update to a plan cost $500,000? And there was a desire to understand more about that plan, and so at some point I'd like to have a better understanding. I think we should all have a better understanding what we're getting for $500,000. And in terms of Summerland's contribution to that, and how it's funded, we're always given the same answer whenever we're asked why, since we have to have our own waste management plan because we run our own waste management outside the RDOS, we have to have our own plan on top of the regional plan. And we're always just given the answer, well, we have to contribute to the regional plan because it's legislated, and which is fine, but we never really seem to get answer what we're getting for that money and for our contribution. So how it's funded, I'd just like to have a discussion, not now, but some point in the future, about the solid waste management plan and how the funding for that is allocated.
Okay, I see the CAO making a note of that. Mr. Safino, you had your hand, I see, coming up.
Yes, sorry. Just to make a comment, it's I don't believe it's 500,000. If I remember correctly, it's just under 100,000.
Oh,
For an update, okay.
Sorry, my mistake.
That is a difference, though. Any further questions or discussion on this? I'm seeing no hands. So we were presented with some potential amendments to that this morning, and we had 23 of them. Is there someone wanting to amend second reading to accept those? Mover, I'm assuming Director Coyne? Yep, moved. A seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on the amendments? Seeing no hands, so a motion to accept those amendments. It's moved and seconded already. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Seconded, or any opposed? Motion carries. So that takes us back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion on that? We do have the motion now seconded and amended, so we just need to discuss it and then I can call the question. Is there any hands or discussion points? We do get to see this again and can make changes if that's required. Last call for a question. Seeing none, I will call question on this as seconded and amended. So all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. So we will see that probably next meeting for third reading. Legislative Services, CAO, the SILCA resolutions.
We do have those SILCA resolutions that were discussed under corporate services this morning, Mr. Chair. And if we want to get them into SILCA, we would need to resolve to send them forward.
Direction from the board on this. Someone wanting to make that motion, Director Robinson and Director Roberts. Seconding, thank you. Any discussion on SILCA motions? Go ahead.
To the chair.
Director Monteith.
Thank you. To the
Couldn't
chair.
get it out.
I just want to make sure that the ORL resolution is included in that because it wasn't part of the agenda.
I suspect it probably wasn't, so maybe we should amend that to include that one. You want to make that motion to include the ORL resolution as well? So it moved and seconded. Thank you. On the amendment, to get it included in there, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That's motion is moved, so we have it amended to include the ORL. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in, is there a hand you're pointing to, Director Roberts?
Riley has one.
Ah, sorry. Go ahead, Director Gittins.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to quickly just put out there the two minor edits that I want to put in. I'll just feel better if the board hears it before we vote. It's just to take Director Holmes' suggestion and remove speed bumps and maybe put something like speed mitigation or something like that into resolution number 1. And number 2, the ride sharing was meant to address passenger transportation, address passenger transportation issues outside of Metro Vancouver, including small and rural and remote communities. I'll email that to Christy, but I just wanted to share that with the board that those are the two minor edits before we vote.
Okay, thank you for that. Good to know. Anything further? Even those yellow hands, I don't see them sometimes, so wave or point if you see one that I'm missing, please. I will call question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us down to CAO reports. CAO.
Nothing new for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to other business, which is, first one is Chair's report. And I do have a couple items I would like to report on. On February 4th, we did hold the meeting with Minister Osborne, which is the first time I've been able to attend online because it's always fallen on a board day and they had moved it to a Friday. So I did get to participate in that. It's an interesting hearing what all the communities are facing or dealing with. It was rather interesting. And it really drove home how hard Princeton and Merritt and those are struggling to get some funding from the feds and whatnot to move forward with some of the disasters that have happened there. So I kind of have to say thanks to Director Coyne for emphasizing that at that meeting. It was good to hear. The other item, I did get the pleasure of taking part in our RDOS Long Service Awards on February 9th, which was just handing out a certificate for those staff members that have been here for 5, 10, and 15 years. Doing it in the environment of COVID was a little bit different. Everybody masked doing it, but still was nice to see how many people we have here at the regional district that have been here for a long time. So, and I hope they continue because we need them to stay as best we can anyway. So unless there's some questions on that, we'll move on. I think there's board representations. MFA meeting is in March. Nothing for municipal finance. OBWB, I'll go to Director McCordoff.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you've heard quite a lot about OBWB today, so I won't go into anything more other than to mention at this time that the Osoyoos Lake Water Science Forum that was scheduled for the end of April has had to be postponed now for the second time to September. And the reason is that it requires people from several places in Canada and the United States to travel. And because we wanted it to be an in-person meeting, and the problem arose that many of the federal and provincial personnel that were planning to attend did not have the okay from the feds or from the province to do that yet. And it takes a couple of months to set that up. So the choice was that we would move it to either the very end of September or after the election in October. And we will certainly make that information available as soon as that's been decided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okanagan Film Commission, Director Gettens, anything to report there?
No, we're meeting next week, so I'll have my report next time.
Okay, thank you. Okanagan Regional Library, Director Monteith, anything new?
Yes, sorry. So we had our meeting yesterday. I brought the resolution forward today. I am the Personnel Committee Chair again, so that's exciting. And yeah, I think great things happening there.
Okay, I'm sure you'll keep us updated if anything new and exciting is happening there. Okanagan Sterile Insect Release, Director Bush.
Yeah, so I sent out the last board report to all the directors, and which outlines that there'd be an increase for the tax requisition. Also that they're hoping to get funding from the provincial government like they used to do when they first started, but it was shut down for quite a few years, and we used up all our the money put aside. I forget what it's called now. Anyways, yeah, so if there's any questions, please ask now.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any questions in regards to this SIR? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next item, which is Simia. Anything there, Director Knodel? I see a head shake, so nothing there. Starling, oh, is he talking, Director Knodel?
No, sir, there's nothing new.
Okay, thank you. Starling Control, Director Bush.
Yeah, so no meetings there yet.
Okay. No meetings of the Fire Chief Liaison Committee. Intergovernmental Indigenous Joint Council, nothing there. Brings us to directors' motions. Any directors' motions to be made today? Seeing Director Roberts, you have a hand? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to make a notice of motion. I'm looking to use some of my gas tax funds in support of a needed project with the Karamias Irrigation District, which is a very well-run agency that's, of course, taking care of the water for a good portion of Area G. And they've been asked, or because of their upgrading of their pump systems, there's a need. Fortis wants them to change out all the electrical capacity, and it's a very large project and a one-off. So I'm looking to support that, but I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that this will be coming towards the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other director's motions? Trying to make sure I don't miss any hands. Seeing none, we will move on. Board members' verbal updates. Anything from any communities, rural areas? Director Robinson, go ahead.
Just want to say, in case you were under a rock last night, that Canadian women rock at hockey.
Most of us did see that. Thank you, though, for the reminder. Good, good. Oh, and the Canada shirt. Director Vasilaki and then Director Holmes.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of the South Okanagan, including the Similkameen Valley, to come to Penticton and enjoy our newest rink. It's free, so those that always complain about costing folks money and everything, and Penticton gets all the gifts, if you want to put it that way. Bring your families. It's open every day from 8 to 5. So everybody's welcome. It's free of charge. Bring your kids. You'll enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Vasilaki. Director Holmes.
Yeah, just while we're on the topic of the Winter Olympics and winter sports, I'd like to just mention that Summerland's Justin Cripps, the bobsledder, is defending his gold medal this weekend, Saturday, I believe he goes. And so all of Summerland is cheering on, and hopefully the whole region will be cheering him on.
I'm sure we'll all be behind him and hoping, wishing him well. Any other reports from communities? Seeing none. I believe that ends the day. Oh, Director Robinson.
Motion to adjourn?
That's the next step. So you're moving it, seconding it. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? I didn't think so. We will adjourn. Thanks, everybody. We got done reasonably quick. Good day.
Katie's such a keener.
Keener.